Yo, what's up? Wait. Why is this not working? Yo, yo, hey. Okay, let's see. Okay. Let's just craft these because I have these elementite bars and I need to get rid of them. Um, I forgot why did I have them again? I think I made like a lot of arrows. That's probably why. Uh, uh, let's make a couple of sharpening stones. Oh wait, I have one. Actually, I think I can also change this to this. And let's do this. Okay. So depending on how many people are here, I will wait a bit, and then maybe I'll do the Classic Plus survey on stream. I don't know if people saw that, like a new Classic Plus survey. I think it would be fun, to do with chat. But yeah, that really depends on how many people are here. Okay, Christine is also live. Yeah. I could maybe do Karazhan actually. I think I have not done it, but I don't really need anything from Kara. I mean, I kind of need the bow, I guess. But But doing the whole raid for just a ranged weapon is, I'm not sure. It's like, how much DPS increase is it? Like 5 or so? I don't know if that's even worth it. And there's probably then going to be a hunter, which is going to be very sad if I do that. Yeah, you're right, actually. But that one never drops. I think I've seen it like one time and I didn't grab it because I'm stupid. Could have gotten it for free, actually. But yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, maybe I should do Kara, I guess. Not sure. Oof. Yeah, that sucks. That is rough. Actually, also I can sell this. I don't know if these will even sell, but this is kind of interesting to try out. If this sells really quickly, I could maybe craft that instead. Let's sell some ice cap. I don't know, like maybe 5 stacks or 4. Ah, damn. Yeah, I thought. There's some crazy commotion outside. Yeah, I've seen it only once, like one time, and then I didn't grab it, and after that I've never ever seen it. And I think when it dropped, I didn't even have close to max engineering. I still don't have it max, but I think it's pretty easy to max out. To be honest, I could just craft, I think, repair bots, and I could recuperate, I think, the gold anyway. I think I can just sell them, right? I think it's even plus. You get like 5 repair bots with 1 craft. Current power costs are pretty expensive, though. Maybe not. No, it's even kind of profit. Interesting. If you get lucky. Oh wait, is this not like? Is this not plus? I think you need. Oh wait, no. It's 63 gold to craft. Okay, it's not. I mean, if you get lucky, you can get like one repair bot's 13 gold. So if you get lucky and you get like 2 agility scrolls, I guess. Yeah, you can make more if you get lucky with scrolls. But yeah, it's whatever. Is this sold immediately? 2 agility to strength. Yeah, if you get 2 agilities, you're pretty much set. I think then you're even. I think agility scrolls are around 7 or 8 gold. Yeah, 8 gold. I have to get some for tomorrow. What's the add-on which lets you search the that's Auctionator. It's just like if you have Auctionator and you open up your profession window, you will get the search button. That's like so useful because you can see if something's profit or not, and then you can craft it and make some gold. I think these are probably also profit. I mean, I have this recipe here, but this is really expensive to craft. Like over 300 gold to craft is a lot because of these hardened elementite tubes. Oh wait, it's not even profit. I think because Corium power cores are really expensive right now. Yeah, let's see if there's a kerosene up. Okay, wait. Before I do that, let's check. Let's check kerosene. Let's see if I need something first of all. So this would be the perfect time if we had GDKPs, you know? I could just join a kerosene as like a carry, and then I could try my luck. Oh, the mount! Ooh, the mount has so much aura. I forget that one. Damn. What's the large? Oh, you don't want to know. I think it's like 19 gold. I bought some like today as well to get an enchant. Yeah, now it's 20 gold even. It was 19 when I bought some. It's insane, you know. This is crazy. 20 gold is so stupid. That is so crazy. That's also expensive though. I think it wasn't long ago they were 15 gold. Like now they are so expensive. And 15 gold was already where I said that is like really expensive. But yeah, that's insane, you know. 20 gold. I think you can make so much gold just disenchanting stuff. Okay, here I only need the mount and oh this man, this would be so nice. Never seen it for 15 in Horde. Okay. Are you also on Spine Chatter? Or is it like or are you on an A? I think it's Night Slayer, right? Should be Night Slayer, the US realm. Okay. Yeah, I guess Horde is more expensive. I think there are more Horde. Yeah, I think Spine Chatter has a bit more Horde, and I think Horde is locked all the time. Okay. I think I did. Yeah, I think I actually did. 100%. Man, I'm so bad at remembering names. I'm a Thunder Strike. I think Thunder Strike's probably like way cheaper. Oh, Moros would be nice for tank, I guess. There's so much tanking gear though. Yeah, but I don't even have a tanking spec anymore. Hmm. I kind of want to get this gun, like this one, because it looks cool, you know? Get some drip. Hmm. But the problem is Kerosene always takes so long, you know? Like you are in that run for a while, basically. Which is pretty annoying. Especially if you do it in a puck. Pucks are like really slow. The thing is I don't need Skullcast anymore because I have Destroyers. Destroyer Greaves. And actually wait, let me compare it. So we have a bit less hit rating. We have, I think, more crit. Yeah, we have way more crit. We have 52 strength versus 3 sockets, which would be 24 strength instead. So that's a massive difference. Oh wait, we have, yeah. I think do Skyguys have more AP? Because you also have 64 attack power as well. I think no, actually, because yeah, like 64 AP is probably like around 70. And then you have like 3 sockets, which is 24 strength, which is like then 48-ish. No, you have actually a bit more strength. It's pretty even. Oh yeah, wait, no, you have also a socket here. So we have another like 20 attack power here. So I think it's pretty even-ish, but Destroyer have more crit. Unbuffed, I think 1800. I switched my gear a bit, so it's around that now. I think this is probably the setup that I'm going to run. You know, I got like a tier 5, a couple of items, changed my gems a bit. Wait. Why is there no 15 strength on this? What? Did I get scammed? Oh no, I'm so stupid. I enchanted this one. Oof. Yeah, that is classic. That is a classic. I think I will just use this instead. I have like 33 crit and 1694. Is it better to just go for AP? Yeah. If you have 33% crit unbuffed, you have like like you have so much. You're probably going to be at. How much crit do you have buffed? Do you know? Maybe. Actually, that's hard to check. I think you would have to check this in a sim also. Like, do you always have a druid in your group? Because druid buff already gives you like 5%. You're already at 38% crit with a druid buff without consumes. You know, without mongoose also. Yeah, that's way too much. Like, you should definitely go for more AP. I think for you, I would really try to use like bold gems. That would give you like a lot of benefits. I think you have like way too much crit. You need like around 40 buffed, you know, to be at a really good level where you can have flurry uptime. A lot of flurry uptime. I don't know, like, do you use, which gems do you use? Yellow gems? Oh yeah, hey, what's up next? Sorry, I didn't see you. Use crit yellow gems. Yeah, definitely switch them. Like yellow gems at that kind of crit level, you should definitely switch it. Yes, that's way too much, you know. You can see in my gear, I have 0 yellow gems. This is the only one I have. This is a PvP one. That's the only one I would use actually. So the rest, you know, like here, this is also the PvP gem, but it's orange. This is something I need to replace actually. These gems are horrible. Do I have enough gold? Oh, I have 14 gold. Fuck, I'm really low. But yeah, here for example, wait, I need to check. So I have. So one thing you need to check, guys, is you want to use only 2 blue gems most of the time, basically, unless you are kind of on a budget. Oh, I got a lot of gold here actually, like 50. Okay, that's good. But yeah, you are like kind of like for example, the blue gems are not really great. I mean, this one has a good socket bonus, which is like 0.2% crit basically, so that's okay. I mean, these shoulders, I will replace them with the other shoulders. Here I have like 1 blue gem. Like 4 strength is okay. For example, like for destroyer, if you would fill out the socket bonus, I think you get 8 strength, 16 strength, you get 20 strength. If you put 4 red gems into here instead, you would get, I think, 24 strength instead. So it's like 4 strength minus, but here you get more crit a bit more crit. So that's kind of the math you need to do, basically. In this case, my crit is, at the level where I don't really need to go for more gems. Just look in, got more than 33. 33.48. Sorry, I'm poor. I have 66 gold. I'm like really the wrong person to ask for gold. Okay, I get a bit of gold, I guess, from the auction house. This is also not great. This will not sell, I'm pretty sure. Like, no one will buy 20 adamantite sharpening stones. Okay, one. The Corium Power already. I think I already got that one. Wait, let me do an undercut scan. One thing that is useful about auctionators, you can also do this. Undercut scans, which are nice. Okay, someone bought that. Interesting. So yeah, if you have, let's say, I would say if you have around 30% crit, you know, then you can make the decision. Do you want to go, like I would replace I would not use yellow gems anymore. I would try to use orange gems or red gems. That's like unbuffed, 30% unbuffed. Which I think kind of equates to like 40-ish% buffed, basically. But around there, I would just not use yellow gems anymore. Let's see. Okay, all of this is okay. I can undercut all of this again. Someone really they really fucked the prices for Zappers, which is like really bad. But yeah, that's kind of annoying. I think this thing is not selling, like this stuff here. I think I can just vendor it, to be honest. It's not selling at all. I think I can't even vendor it, so whatever. I don't need 2, so I will just put 1 on the optionals. But yeah, like yellow gems, the problem with them is you don't really need that much crit to be at a decent level. Like if you get some gear, I would definitely try to use, like you will see many warriors just use, bold gems everywhere. But that's also really helpful for wreck, in these longer raids, you will have more wrecks we can use. Especially if your runs are a bit slow, and you can even use more recklessness. Every time you use recklessness, basically all of your crit gems are useless. So having, you know, bold gems is going to be pretty nice for that alone. Okay, let's do this. Let's just put, I don't know, maybe in at 5s. How hard is it for a new player to get into Warcraft? It kind of depends, you know. For completely new players, the thing is there are like so many guides out there, you know, that can help and such. If you are completely new, what I would really do is just don't take stuff like really seriously, you know, and just find a class which is fun for you to level and play with, and just go with that, you know. And then you can just like at the end, you know, when you are level 70 and stuff like that, then you can try to do more min-max stuff, you can try to optimize stuff like that. But one thing that is really nice about Classic, it doesn't have a lot of systems which you need to care about, you know? Like, for example, if you play retail, we would have to care about so many systems, you know, like keys, Mythic Plus, dailies, heroics, stuff like that, and everything, which doesn't exist in Classic, which is kind of nice. So I think it's pretty easy to get into WoW, which, yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I changed all. I have like 39 2 crit. I don't 17 AP. Before that, you had how much was it? 1,600, I think. Wait, I will scroll up. You said you had 1,600. Yeah, that's almost 100 AP. That's a lot actually. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's a lot. That will give you, I think, definitely a damage increase. Yeah, no problem. Come on, buy my Corium course. I need some gold. But yeah, generally, if you are talking about gems here, yeah, we want to use the least amount of gems possible that we need. Oh, people buy my steppers, nice. So for example, like blue gems have, you know, only one like DPS stat, which is just strength basically, or crit, depending which one you use, and that's not really great. So you don't really want to use that. So you only want to use like 2. I think I will replace this one here and try to put 2 bold gems maybe into this one instead, or at least like 1 sovereign gem. Because 3 strength is not a lot. Like for example, if you compare it, here I could put 2 red gems into here. That would be 16 strength. If I fill out the socket bonus, that would be 8 strength plus 3, which is 11 strength, which is like way less. So 11 versus 16 plus some crit, which is not comparable at all, to be honest. So that's not really worth it. So I will, I think, also maybe slow down on my crit a bit. Especially because, you know, I'm always kind of in a third group. And if you use scrolls and you use like all of that stuff, yeah, probably should change my gems here. How much are sovereign gems? Like the good ones, the blue ones. What's these? I think, are they still expensive? Ah, this is so annoying. Ah, here. 12 gold. Okay, yeah, I could just replace this, I think. Like the green gem, definitely. That's just another 4 strength. Just for 12 gold as well. How much are inscribed? Noble. 40. These are cheap, kind of, actually. They're not so expensive. So I think I will go for this instead. I should really replace the gems here. Definitely. I think I have... I'm pretty sure I have like one good gem from my bags in my bank, I think, which I could maybe put into here instead, which has just raw attack power. So I think I will use that one, because I think it will be a while till I get the hit bracers from Lurker. So where are they? Here. Ah, these are. Ah, I made a mistake. Yeah, I should have not bought this. To be honest, this has 5 strength on it, but it has defense. That's really useless. I think crit would be better then, I guess. Um, I mean it has more strength, and I don't really need the crit. I think should I put this in? I think I will put this in. To be honest, it's like more strength. So now I have 1,881. I think I can probably go to like maybe 1.9k. Attack power unbuffed. The problem is probably if I replace this here, hourglass, would run into issues. But even with that, it's not really a big difference. But yeah. Here I can also put a sovereign gem, to be honest. I think it's like one more strength. I want to really replace the belt though. What is the price of red belt? Oh, I think it's 3k. Yeah, 3.3 basically. I don't know how much it is on Horde. Is it more expensive on Horde? Ah, really? Damn. I guess Horde are more lucky with never vortexes, maybe. We have. Okay, there are a couple of carrot runs. Mount HR. No way. Ring. What? Oh, okay, they only need like Santos. There are not a lot of groups, so. Ah, you can craft it, damn. I think we also have someone who can craft this. But we don't have a lot of never vortexes around, sadly. I still didn't upgrade my weapon. So I still have Dragon Maul. Hmm. Got that recipe in the Parlor Bistways. This one is this for Parlors? Oh yeah, yeah. This is actually really insane. Damn. Yeah, I can see why. Like spell power and also lots of defensive stats. This is pretty great. Yeah, 33 spell power is pretty insane. There's also, I think people are going to gear for more threat in this phase as well. And the next phase. Like the next phase. Oh yeah, the next phase is really important that paladins get enough threat. Because of Hygiel, Hygiel is going to be pretty interesting. Yeah, true. Actually, yeah, you can also put the gems into here as well. True, true. Yeah, this is pretty insane. I wonder how much this is actually. Belt of the Guardian. See, this is probably the same price, I guess, or I think 2k or so. Because obviously it's not a warrior belt, so it is just going to be cheaper. Guardian. No items. Can you not sell this? Oh wait, it's belt of the Guardian. Okay. Oh wow, this is more expensive. Damn crazy. Okay, only like 4 on the auction house. I think there are more red. No, I think there are only 3 red belts. Red belt of battle. A couple. Not a lot, but yeah, a couple of them. Uh, guess I can sell this as well. Yeah, it's insane. The mats are like really cheap for them. You just need to have someone who has. The problem is, I think in our guild we don't have a lot of never vortexes that dropped. So people still need them, you know, for their weapons. So we can't craft them yet, which is kind of unfortunate actually. We need, yeah, I think primal fires went up a bit. I think maybe I will actually farm a bit. You know, I will farm maybe a bit of primals, I guess. I need like one primal air and I need yeah, maybe I can do that instead. I don't know how. Oh, look at this warrior. Yes, Neverbane. Neverbane and Spiteblade. Interesting combination. Should this warrior should really try to get. Wait, maybe is he kebab? No, right? Yeah, this warrior should really try to get Dragonmaw. Like Dragonmaw, Neverbane offhand. That's a really strong combination. Oh, he has like some weird items. 8 AP, 6 stamina. Ah, I think that's the one from an heroic. 8. Ah, he's lacking in a hit. Edgewalker. Ah, he got the Graves as well. Why don't you just buy Black Pilsy recipe and HR Nevers? Does it sell? Wait, how much is the recipe? I have Nevers. I have like 7 or so. Yeah, if it's your alt, who cares, you know? I would also... If it would be my alt, I would probably just farm the PvP weapon and that's it. Do you think it's worth to buy the recipe? I could farm like gold to get this. Nah, it's good on Fury, definitely. 100%. It depends, you know. If you don't need the hit rating, it's it sells. It's yeah, okay. If you say so, I will trust you. I will try to farm enough gold to buy the recipe. I mean, I think I can't do this today, so probably because I have to get gold for consumes for tomorrow. Man, it's always such a struggle. I don't really want to do like heroic, so I don't have a tank spec. Yeah, demon slaying is really important. So like 20. Really? Wow. Crazy. I think, yeah, I have like 7 or so primal nevers in my bank. And if it's like 180 gold profit, I will just, you know, I will just do this all day. Second Bastion Fury, where did you get? Yeah, true. I was also wondering what. And the red belt is way easier to get than 100 deaths. Like 100 deaths is just 100 deaths was really insane hard to get. I think we haven't seen one. Yeah, we haven't seen a single one yet. I have like 7 nevers. Oh, I don't know why I didn't think about that. I remember. Oh man, the recipe was so cheap as well early. Wait, I will send this away. I don't need like 2. So this. Okay. Yeah, red belt is amazing. But it's still not worth 3k, you know, guys. Please don't pay 3k for that. It's a trap. Just wait. I think, like you can wait a bit. It will just go cheaper and cheaper. I mean, you know, apparently on Horde it's already like below 3k, which is interesting. I don't know why is it so expensive on Alliance? What? Like usually it's the other way around, you know. Stuff's more expensive on Horde. Like this. Yeah, exactly. Just wait until someone gets a recipe in your guild and then craft it like that. Or you find someone who has like nevers. Yeah. Those are something you can do. So I think I need to farm one primal air, which I'm going to do now. And then I want to farm maybe the primal fires, I guess. To get that, like to get maybe like red belt of battle cheaper. Red belt of battle, man, what a name. Yeah, but usually, like if there are more, I think it's more expensive. I would have guessed. Actually, no, wait. If there are more horde players, yeah, maybe more recipes are just going around. I just know that on this server, horde is oftentimes locked. Like you can't make a horde character on the server oftentimes. Like you have to wait until, you know, like 3 a.m. or so, I think, to make like a horde character. Which I think is good because I don't know, like last time, you know, last TBC, it was disaster. Like it was really bad. You know, like we had one faction servers, and I think there was not a single server which was balanced at the end. On EU, IU. I don't know how it was on NA. I think in NA it was even worse. But yeah, it was so terrible. I remember in like when Sunwell dropped, they made like a mistake, you know. They opened up server transfers on my server. I was playing on Fire more, and we had to kind of balance actually population. I think Alliance was slightly favored, and then they opened up transfers for some reason, and in one single day, I think it went from like maybe 60s 40 or so, or yeah, kind of like that. It went to like 80-20. It was crazy, even worse. So many guilds just left, which was crazy. Yeah, that was so terrible. I still don't understand why so many horde players left. I guess it was like I guess I had problems. They probably got ganked too much or so. I don't remember the exact reason. But yeah, it was insane. I was also I was kind of pissed because we had that kind of balanced server. That was the only one that existed, basically, and then was gone. It was like really annoying. I just remember in like before that I played on Gehennas. You know, I played during phase 1. It was really kind of balanced. Hordes were slightly favored. It was like really terrible to level though. And then I quit like before phase 2 came out. And when I look back, you know, I was looking at Ironforge and I saw 99% Horde then. It was crazy. I have kebab off spec, so kind of, you know. Oh, I remember something actually. I have to get the arena weapon, to be honest. I forgot to grab it. I have to enchant Mungus on that one as well. Oof. Yeah, that's going to suck. But yeah, at least I got my enchants covered, even though I made a mistake here. I wanted to enchant this one, and I enchanted my hands twice. Oh, this is so annoying. Whatever. Like I don't have force set, so it's not a big deal anyway. This one has good gems at least. I think these are really similar to each other as well. Could you show your arms build, please? To be honest, I think I will roll kebab. Yeah, I can. I think it's this one. Yeah, that's kebab spec. Wait, I can show you the talents as well. Yeah, wait, I have to go. I have to land. But yeah, this is my setup for kebab. Actually, wait, I have to change some stuff. So currently, I'm kind of rocking 6% setup. So I would probably use something like this, and then I would run. Oh wait, this is already destroyer. Let's see. Is there anything else? Yeah, this weapon is wrong though. I will replace that. So I have to fly to Nagrand actually. Or area 52. I think Nagrand is closer though. So the setup is basically like it is basically the same as Fury, The only thing you change is just to use like 2 swords, you know? One slow sword in main hand and then one fast sword in offhand. And the best one that you can use is Merciless Gladiator Quickblade. You know, the new arena weapon. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's basically the same thing. You use the same gear as Fury, just your weapons are different. You know, you only like you want to use swords because here you have like sword spec. If you are Orc, you can also use X spec instead. That's possible. I think sword spec, however, is just better. Even as an Orc, I would say. Like the thing is like Kebab is really easy to gear. You know, I did like 1 arena, like 1 week only, and have like 1k points already. I can already buy Gladiator Slicer, and I can almost buy the other weapon as well. Yeah, exactly. If you have Spite Blade, use Spite Blade main hand. Use you do 1 arena, you know, and you get Gladiator's Quick Blade. That's basically it. Then you are done with Kebab. You don't need to do anything else, basically. Yeah, I want to farm, I think. Really simple stuff. I don't know why my chat is like auto-translating. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, lucky. So I just want to get like 1 primal air. That's it. I don't need more. This is like a really great spot to farm primal airs. There's like no one here, and these have a pretty decent chance to drop them, and they respawn really fast. You can just go all around, and then, you know, you're basically good. Like, by the time you go, like, you do 1 round, they will respawn already. Okay, there's like 1 guy farming here, I guess. You basically gear the same as Fury, you know? You just also want to get like around 40% crit buffed. And then you go for just attack power. Yeah, this is EU. This is Spine Shatter. Like the EU PvP realm. Okay, this is gone. There are always 2 mobs here, which is nice. These mobs, however, never drop. Like, never drop it. Yeah, never. They never drop it, never. This is so stupid. Nah, sadly not. I don't know if that even works. I don't know if you can even make one, like on an SNU guy. But yeah, I think I would not even have the time, to be honest, to level like another character on NA. And I think the ping would be so atrocious as well. Like, maybe I will make one, actually. Maybe on Night there, because I was thinking of making like another warrior, you know? Like, just leveling dual wield completely to 70. Would be some fun kind of content. But yeah, that would kind of depend on the time I have. Yes. For kebab. You know, you can do 1 arena and then you will have it. How much did you pay for goggles? Because CM should be pretty free. I paid. Actually, I don't remember exactly because I got the materials before phase 2 started. You know, But you are right, you know, like in a guild, in a regular guild, especially if you don't have a lot of warriors or like druids and such, it's pretty free to get. So like how much? The thing is, oh, what is this? What? Oh, come on! What is this snack? Why is this not the good one? You know? Ah, unlucky. Um, the thing is, you start with 1,500 rating. I can show you my stats. I did only 1 week and I lost 7 times. You know, I lost 7 times. I got only 3 wins, and I still had 1,462 rating, and I got 1,000 arena points. So it's really, really easy to get the weapon. You can easily get it in 1 week. I don't know how many you get if you lose all 10. You probably have to win at least one to have enough to buy the 2.6 weapon. But I think if you lose like all 10, you can still buy the quick blade. I'm pretty sure. Because I think that one requires like 370 arena points. Should be easy, you know. So you can just you know, go to LFG tool. There are people that just want to cap, you know, they have like bad gear, they just want to do their 10 matches, that's it. And that's also something I would recommend if you don't have a good PvP spec. If you have one, push for 1,700 rating instead and get the new gladiator weapon, the 2.61. It's more expensive though, it costs 2k, so it would require maybe doing like 2-3 weeks of PvP and getting 1,700 rating. Did you lose all 10 matches? Or how many matches did you lose? Because that would be pretty interesting to know, actually. I was like really lucky. The first match I was in was like, there were some AFK, I think 5-stack mages. So that was like, I think 7, 8. I think you probably lost 8 matches. And I think that is still enough. Yeah, you probably lost one more game than me. Because I got like, I lost 7, I got like 1,000. So that's, I guess, how it goes. Oh, from France. Nice, nice. Hello, hello. Man, it must be late for you guys as well, you know? Almost like 1 a.m. But yeah, nothing better than playing like WoW late at night. Only better is like really early in the morning, I think. This week was better, did it with guild. What's the thing? Ah, okay. Nice, nice. Yeah, if you can manage to get 1,000. Oh, damn. What? Ah, okay, he's an undead. Ah, unlucky. Surprise gank. I want to bandage, man. Fuck. Thought he's like an undead. Man, undead ratio is so broken. It's crazy. You're so free food, you know, as a fury. Thank you, no problem. Man, I don't know if I can farm 10 primal fires though. I don't even I don't even want to do that, to be honest. But primal fire went up again, I think. I think on another server it went down, but somehow on Spine Shatter it went up. I will switch layers. I think this layer is kinda cool as well, maybe. Can I even swap? Come on. This guy's probably camping. Ah. This. Hmm. Also in a guild run SSC, no one put SR on Bloodseed chest and Stranger Show then got lucky with both. Wow. Nice. Yeah, the chest is really nice, like Bloodseed Brilliant Vest. Depends on you, how much hit you need. But if you need like lots of hits, that's pretty nice. That's a pretty nice chest. I'm not swapping layer. I am on layer 6. So no wonder I'm not swapping. I need another one. Which layer is this? I don't even see. Ah, okay. I think I swapped. Yeah. So how many these three? Good question. I'm kind of new in the guild, so I don't really know. But I think there are so many people that still need DST. I think it's like more than 10, actually. So we got like really unlucky the last couple of days. Also, raids I haven't seen it once. So yeah, that's kind of insane. It's IDDQD. It's good. Kind of a hard name, actually, to be honest, to pronounce. In mine 4DC drop, got lucky with one and seen one from damn. Okay, nice force only two. It's really hard. Oof. I think a couple of guys have like DC in the guild, but yeah, there are so many that still need it. I think in the comp I'm in, there's at least like, for example, one guy that needs it. That is like also above me on the prio. I don't know how I don't even know where I am on the DST prio, to be honest. Probably not really high, so. But yeah, I don't really mind, you know. I think it's really important that you have like a well-structured guild, you know, that clears content pretty cleanly, especially with these consume prices. Like, you don't want to be in a guild where you are going to wipe in this content already a lot and you have to buy like so many consumables. And the funny part is I'm only active, the rest three. Oof. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, that's the most important. Yeah. I mean, I was playing with another guild for a very long time, you know, from Classic Anniversary Phase 1 until basically now. But yeah, there were a couple of problems and that's why I swapped, basically. That's always what's happening, you know, people get their best in slot gear and then they just leave, suddenly. I think that's why it's important that you have alts, for example. Like TBC is really the expansion where alts, you know, make a lot of the content. Because, like, for example, in TBC, I think classes are really distinct from each other. So, like, playing another class, for example, is a whole different experience. In TBC, so many guilds are spent because you need specific raid comms. It fucking sucks, actually. Yeah, true. That is a problem. For example, I think lots of guilds are struggling, for example, enhancement shamans a lot. You know, they're bleeding players. We're running 3 rogues, okay, oof. In the guild I am in, I think we only have like 1 rogue, and he's in the other group. So in my group, I don't even have a rogue. But yeah, I think warriors are like really good to stack now. 100%. Like, if you have a lot of warriors, you can speed up your trash so fast. It's really nice. Man, chat is like popping. Nice. I have love-hate with it. Sometimes I hate relying on other classes so much. Yeah, that's basically the annoying part. Don't even say Elish Shamans are so rare. Yeah, that's also true. Oh yeah, true. Elish Shamans are like really rare. But people, you know, you can have an enhancement shaman. He can hit level 70. I don't even know if you need to be level 70 for the raid. Okay, you need to because of the attunements. But yeah, he can be fresh level 70, fresh attuned, no gear, naked basically, and people will take him 100%. And even like really good guilds as well, you know. It's pretty insane. Just because they are so wanted. People also kind of start to stack red paladins, I think. Like, people run more than one a lot of times now. Like, you will see groups that are using like 2 red paladins, for example, a lot. Just because they're also, you know, they're really strong single target DPS dealers. And this is a phase where they get access to way more expertise gear, which makes them way more consistent, which is also really strong. Red is also rare, yeah. Actually, they're also rare. But the problem is, you know, there are a lot of people that play red at the beginning, and then they see how difficult kind of the class is, and then they get frustrated, and then they don't really play it anymore. Well, I have a shaman, but only C6. But I'm so lazy to level up. Trust me, guy. If you hit level 70, you can get into raids as naked 100%. It's so funny. Like people will do everything for shamans. Yeah. Red scales pretty highly. I think red is like really often underrated DPS spec. You know, I see it in so many tier lists where people rate red so low. But I remember, you know, I played in Sunwell and such, and I saw reds, for example, in Sunwell being like top 4, top 5 DPS or so, top 3 DPS on, for example, Brutalus. I remember there was like one red paladin, and he was like pumping so hard on Brutalus. It's pretty crazy. Makes him, yeah. You can do so much as a shaman. Yeah, kind of. You know, you still have to craft it and such. It's not that free, I would say. Or do you mean Twin Blade? I think for Red Paladin, the blacksmithing weapon is actually better than Twin Blade. From what I've seen. I could be wrong about this. Okay, this guy doesn't want to attack me. Ah, yeah, you mean raid one. Yeah, Enhancer's also good. It's it's not as good as Fury, or I think also does less DPS than Rogue. And also, I think it's one of the, like, the spec doesn't deal more DPS than some other, you know, DPS classes, but because of the utility, that doesn't really matter, you know. You can have an enhancement shaman doing 200 DPS, that will still be really useful. Because Wind Fury and the other, you know, buffs they bring, Unleashed, whatever it's called, is like really strong. Yeah, the raid two-hander is pretty great. But I think Red wants to run the blacksmithing weapon instead. I'm pretty sure. I think my game is a bit too loud. This? Yeah, but you only need like one shaman for Bloodlust. It was so funny because, you know, they changed that to make it like raid-wide, not group-wide. And people said, yo, now we can actually start to run less shamans, stuff like that. And then you will see everyone still wants to have 5 shamans because totems are just way more broken. But yeah, Enhancer is really good. It's not that strong of a DPS spec like as other melee classes, but still, just the utility is so amazing they have. Oh, nice, I got 10. Okay, so I have like 1 primal now. So that's the only thing I even wanted from you. I would check. Okay, I would check how easy is it is here to farm maybe primal fire. Blacksmith sword to enter. Yeah. That's, I think, this. And that's super boring to play. From what I've heard or whatever, is that enhancement is pretty annoying to play because you have to do so many things, basically, like twists, stuff like that, and so on, and it's kind of annoying. But yeah, exactly. You have to twist and such. I think if you're not twisting on a shaman, I don't know, you do something wrong, to be honest. Oh, they're all in the lava as well. That's so shit. This is where I like farmed so many primates, you know, in phase 1. Phase 1 I was like really fast with the leveling. And this area was like completely empty. And I even know it's completely empty. Like there's so many here. You can just farm it, I guess. I have the wrong neck on as well. I don't know what I'm doing here. This is wrong. This is right. Use this. Okay. Yeah, basically. It's basically like a DPS spec, but mostly utility focused. That's kind of the main thing about enhancement. I think so as well. I remember we had in the last guild we had like a good enhanced player. He was a warrior before, and he was kind of complaining that like enhance is really annoying to play. And the moment you could like play like Ele once, he was like, oh man, I really want to play Ele instead. But the problem is just Ele doesn't really scale well, you know. It's Ele is just the worst DPS and enhance. But it's also really necessary, you know. If you don't have Ele Shamans, your casters are going to complain. And also probably your Protection Paladin as well, you know. Like, Ele Shamans are really good for Protection Paladins. The huge spell power buff is really good. Yeah, one mode of fire. Man, this zone has like some really, really ass drop rates. Yeah, man, that is insane. How much spell power that actually is. And this is so free. What? There's no one here. Oh, okay, there's like one guy here. Let's see, attacking me. Okay, two guys. I think I'm cooked. Oh, obviously it's like a rogue. Yeah, okay. This was too, I think this was too just, too lucrative to not kill me. Like 20% HP. Yeah, I jinxed it. But the funny thing is, you know, in the last TBC I played on Gehennas, for example, when I leveled my warrior. I leveled 2 warriors actually. But yeah, the first time I played on Gehennas, and it was phase 1, and it was a bit late as well, you know. It was not the start. And guys, like, it is universe of difference in playing on this PvP server and playing on Gehennas back in the day, you know. On Gehennas, on my warrior, I could do one quest basically per half an hour because I got ganked non-stop. And it was not even rogues. Most of the time it was feral druids that ganked you. It was so crazy. You do like one quest, you kill one mob, you're 10% HP, you die. You find another mob, you do the same thing, and that was all the same, like that was the leveling process. All the way through 70. It was so crazy. Like, you could not do a single thing. Like, Zangarmarsh, Summoning Stone, always camped. It was so crazy. But here on this server, for example, and you know, I still die here, but that was basically, I think it was kind of the equivalence to, I didn't play that time, but I think it was the same thing as in Phase 2, Classic 2019. Yeah, it was insane. Like, it was always, you saw a feral druid, you knew, okay, they are going to gank you, basically. Like, rogues actually didn't gank you as much, for example, which was really interesting, to be honest, to see. But yeah, it was kind of the same thing as in Classic 2019 when they introduced Honor, and then they didn't introduce the BGs, you know. Okay, probably it wasn't that extreme, because like the stories from what I've seen were like insane, where people did like 40 man raids or so, and they just camped flight points. Like, imagine, you know, you are just a kind of new guy, level 40-ish, and then you fly somewhere, and the flight guy is dead, and you just instantly get one shot. Crazy. But yeah, I've never seen more degeneracy, I would say, than in Classic. Can I pull him away? Yeah. But yeah, Classic Anniversary was also kind of the same, you know. For example, every time Darkmoon Fair went up, people tried to grief it so much, you know. Like, you can't dispel, you can't do that, but you can still kill people. I remember people had like an item, I forgot what it was. It was like a lever ball or something. And if you threw that to someone, they would be PvP flagged. And that's something that people did, you know. No, you had to wait. It was opposite. They throw it to you, and if you threw it then back, you would be PvP flagged. I remember I was in Darkmoon Fair. It was on Goldshire, obviously. And then you have like people camping, like horde people camping on top of the house in Goldshire, like Goldshire Inn. And they're just waiting for you to get PvP flagged. And then you have Alliance players also griefing you because they threw the lever ball to you. They whispering you, yo, throw it back, just so you get PvP flagged and they can kill you and basically take your world buffs. It was crazy. Like people, it is insane. Like I've never seen so much tryharding to grief someone. It's insane. But yeah, I think that's something which is kind of nice, definitely to have, where you don't have world buffs. So people don't grief you like that anymore. Maybe I can get this guy. Can I lose here? I guess not. But yeah, I'm so glad I don't have to get like rent anymore every day, every week. There were some days, like some weeks, where I had like, I don't know, 15 attempts or so to get like rent. It was crazy. So I hope when we get like Classic Plus, you know, we get, I don't know, like they do some changes. I want to see big changes in Classic Plus. 100%. Because I think we are going to have this TBC and they are going to speed it up. I think they are going to release Sunware pretty quickly as well. I've kind of that feeling. And then we are maybe going to see Rev. And then after Rev is done, then we are probably going to get Classic Plus. That's kind of the theory I have. But I'm not sure. I could be wrong about that. Okay, I really don't want to farm this, to be honest. Like the drop rate is so horrible here. I don't remember. I don't know how I farmed like 11 primal fires here one time. Yeah. Let's go to moment, I guess. But yeah, that kind of tip with the Felsteel braces, I think I will actually do that. And then just try to sell them because you know I have like 7 left. That's at least a lot of gold that I can just use. But yeah, guys, any luck on the raids? Got anything nice? I think these raids don't really have a lot of insane gear, but yeah, maybe someone got like a belt of 100 depths. That's a pretty insane piece. Or Talon. Or someone bought a Demented Weight Stone. Interesting. Maybe something is actually able to sell. Yeah, that's like a Classic Plus survey. I was thinking about doing like a stream, you know, this one maybe, and just, you know, I do it kind of the chat, like trying to do the Classic Plus survey. Would be kind of fun to do, I guess, you know, on stream. I've been so unlucky for weeks, lost my role for Blade Spy. Oh, damn. Oof, that sucks. Man, it's really bad if you lose with a 90 roll. I think I lost like badge as well with a 90 something roll. in classic. But yeah, blade spare braces are pretty nice. I mean, at least there's something you can get in the new raid. Oof, yeah, that really sucks. I hope you can get the new bracers. Oh yeah, okay. I had them for a very long time as well, like the martial ones. I mean, you can get, I guess, black felty bracers, but yeah, would not really get them, to be honest. Wait, am I in the wrong spec? No, right? No, I'm not. Okay. I mean, the martial ones are nice, but yeah. Got the red belt pattern, but I need another vortex first. Oof. That also is something, definitely. That pattern is so nice. I don't think so, to be honest. Like, it depends. Do you have like a really bad belt? I think for me, for example, it would be worth it, you know, because I have like a Deathforge girdle. So this is not even this was not even Biss in phase 1. So I think I would like kind of prefer red belt before that. But the thing is, this weapon is like easier to upgrade. Oh yeah, okay. Maybe it's more worth for you then. I think actually it's kind of hard to say. It kind of depends on your budget, you know, because if you upgrade your weapon, you have to get another mongoose as well. So maybe if you don't have the gold for that immediately, I would just go for the belt because it also requires less never vortexes. But then it might be hard to upgrade that one later. So yeah, that's kind of the problem, I'd say. The thing is, I think never vortexes are always kind of going to be in demand. Like not the same case like it was for example with nevers, where people just needed them kind of at the start. Because right now we are in a phase where lots of people still need the weapon upgrade, and then afterwards people are going to start to craft the, you know, the gear, which requires never vortexes. And then after that, I think then it's really easy to get the never vortexes. Ah, okay. Yeah, I have not done. I think I've done a single trash run, but I don't know. From what I've seen, you know, what I've done, like also in my guild runs and such, like never vortex are kind of rare. Yeah, true. Can you get? Can you just? Isn't it just primal never that you can buy? Are you sure it's also never vortex? I will sell some stuff here. 8 gold at least, something I guess. I'm pretty sure it's the vortexes. Okay. Yeah, that's nice, you know, at least that in our raids these are the only ones we are getting, only the guaranteed ones. Um I think like in the first run we got one or so from trash. Yeah. Ah, phase 4, okay. Yeah, I remember it was like later. I think in phase 3 we can buy primal nevers, I'm pretty sure. I definitely know that you can buy them phase 4. Yeah, you can definitely buy them, but I forgot which phase it was. Next phase also has some other things we can get. I think we can also get Dark Moon Fair cards in the next phase, which is not really relevant for us DPS players. Man, what is this? What the fuck is this? I said that. Oh no, he's not dead. He's just spamming campfires. I didn't even know that you could make this many. Yo, he has the head. Wait, which one he has? Bro, he doesn't have the good one, man. Yeah, exactly. Like, it would be nice to have, like, some... I think they should have added Primal Nevers in this phase on the vendor, to be honest. I don't even remember the last time I did an heroic, you know? I never do heroics. This guy, like, he needs to get this hat, you know? Don't... This is a... This is the elite hat. Like, if you have that one, you have the drip. Like, the other one is only guaranteed from the quest. Yeah, definitely. Like, no one is doing really heroics anymore, basically. What is this guy doing? Man, this server is sometimes so weird, you know? It's yeah, but I like this kind of stuff. I think the funniest thing I saw was during SOD I played on Crusader Strike, which was I think an RP PvP server. I don't remember the exact reason why I was on that server, but when I was leveling, you know, I was like leveling a dwarf. You have that zone here. Wait, where is it? Where's Ironforge? Tomorrow. You have this zone, you know, this pool here, and there's some water as well here. I remember, I think I was fishing or something, and there was like one guy coming up. He, you know, removed all of his gear, went into the water, and then he came, you know, swam to the other side. And then he equipped all of his gear, and then he, you know, just moved away. And I was like thinking, yo, this is some advanced RP. This was so funny to see. But yeah, that's just what I remember from SOD basically. That was one of the only kind of good things, to be honest. Wait, I wanted to craft something, I think. Yeah. Let's see, wait. Uh, so guys, should I do the survey? Do you want to see that? I think it's more interesting than looking at that. I think I will craft some stuff, you know, put it on the auction house, and then I will, you know, open the survey and we can just go through that. I can yap about some stuff. I think it's more interesting. First of all, I need to check, however. Check some sappers. Ooh. Oh, this sold. Nice. Just want to check what I want to grab. Let's see. Sharpening stones. 34 silver. Not a lot, not a lot. Let's see super sappers. Oh, man, sappers are so cheap. What? 9 gold. What the fuck is this? This is crazy. They really destroyed the sapper prices. Actually, I think I will just let it like this, to be honest. It's just this is like really cooked. Okay, let's check if anything is sold, and then afterwards I think I will, yeah. Sharpening stones and elemental bar. Okay, nice. So maybe if everything sells, maybe I will buy the recipe of someone. Maybe I can buy it cheaper, you know, than instead buying it at the auction house. Black Fancy Braces. 500 gold, 248 for the recipe. What do we need to craft them? 6 Felsteel Boros, 15 Primal Shadows. Oof. Seems pretty expensive to craft. Yeah, I think I will check throughout the days if I can get this recipe for cheap. Maybe for like 200 gold or so. But yeah, that's I think kind of the idea. And other than that, I think I will just chill with my gold. Try to buy consumes for tomorrow. See, haste potions, how much? Oh, 12 gold. Maybe this will be cheaper tomorrow instead. This is crazy, man. They are so expensive. But I don't think I need even much. I have like six. And I think I will buy like 14 more. Like 20 should be enough for one raid. And then I will buy scrolls, sharpening stones I can craft. Oh yeah, I need one flask. And that's it, I think. Okay. Give me a second. Ah yeah, that's also an option, to be honest. The problem is like from what I've seen, the um like the recipe or like the proc chance is kind of low, so I'm not really sure. But I'm trying to check out the site. Just remove everything here. Okay. Yeah. I think it's definitely it's actually I don't even know. Wait, we can check this. Haste potion recipe. Oh damn, it's really expensive. Where do you get this even from? It's probably wardrobe, right? Terror cone 2, never bloom, immune vial. Okay, how much are terror cones? What is the other thing? Never bloom. Okay, terror cone. Okay, they are kind of cheap. 2 gold. I think you need 2, right? Never bloom is 9 gold. So yeah, I mean, I think it's not really. I think it's not even profit. Like it's really close-ish. Unless you get procs. Yo, what's up? So yeah, guys, I think I will do the survey. So we can do that, I guess. While I'm sitting around waiting for stuff to sell. I think that's a bit more interesting. It's like a really interesting survey. Going on, I think this. Yeah. Ah, the window's a bit fucked. Wait, let me make this bigger. I think this is fine. So I will try to fill this up a bit. So let's see. Okay. Which faction do you usually play? Oh, Alliance, obviously. So I mostly play Alliance, Also, I have to change this, like this is not correct. Should be. Where is it? Where is it? No, should be this thing. Ah, here. No, it's fine. I have OCD if I don't change this. Okay. Oh wait, whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, Alliance. I think most people probably play Horde, right? I would guess. At least on EU realms. I'm stacked, got tear shoulder, chest ring today. What? Damn. Which ring did you get? Did you get a Band of the Ranger General or what? Or do you mean Prince ring? Man, if you get banned of the range in general, that's insane. It's such a strong ring. But yeah, let's continue. Which race would you consider your main? I mean, obviously human. Like I'm always making like the first character I always kind of make most of the time is human, male, and oftentimes bald. Yo, no problem, no problem. Okay, main. I mean, this is easy, warrior. Uh, what is this? How old are you? I'm 28. So, ooh, here's some information here. Yeah, I'm not that old, So, yeah, one of the more younger players. But I played WoW like from a really, really young age. Ah, this is interesting. I think so. Fraud hair, yeah. Wait, which fraud hair? He looks so different. In every single, expansion, Fraud looks like different. I think you probably mean the OG hair. Yeah, the classic one, obviously. Yeah. This one. Every day if I can and more. I play a lot of WoW, 40 hours or 10 hours a week. Less than weekly inactive. I think kind of like this. Kind of online every day, but not a lot. Like not for a long time, to be honest. So kind of like this, I guess. Even though I make like lots of guides and such. What is your experience with various situation? Okay, this is pretty interesting. So me, I played a lot of private servers. So, back in the day, like I don't know if it was similar for you guys, but having an MMO, which was like a subscription, was really a new thing. That didn't exist back in the day, basically. Like most kind of MMO things that people played were, not with a subscription. And that was something that was completely. I think Ultima was that way as well. I think you had to pay a subscription for Ultima, or maybe EverQuest. Man, maybe I'm actually wrong about this. But yeah, when WoW was like really popular, other MMOs that we mostly played didn't have this. I don't know if anyone remembers Matin 2, that kind of dogshit MMO from Korea. But that was a classic one. That was basically the game everyone played. What is UAO? I don't even remember that MMO. And back then it was so weird. Ultima Online, okay, I was stupid. Oh yeah, okay, I had to sub. Yeah, but that was basically before my time. That was like I think one of the first MMOs that existed. But yeah, so I mostly played on private servers. Because back then if I would ask my parents, yo, can you buy me World of Warcraft subscription? You have to pay every month so I can play a game. Yeah, that wouldn't have ended very well. So that's basically that. So I didn't play this. I think, however, I played the original kind of game, not really vanilla, but kind of TBC, more RAF at a friend's house a bit. So I saw a bit. I remember, seeing the Lich King cinematic for the first time back in the day. That was insane, That was so crazy. But yeah, I played Classic Classic Anniversary. I mean, I didn't play the original vanilla. I didn't play 2019. I played SOD. Yeah, that's kind of what I did. So yeah, Classic Anniversary, played lots of private servers. I don't know if people remember how private servers were back in the day, but they were really, really bare bones, So most people couldn't really create private server, couldn't really make good private servers. So what you had is like 200, like level 255 fun servers, where people just, like you had these level roads, I'm 28. Yeah, exactly. You know, on Kronos, that was like front stabbing. That was not even that was, you know, these were kind of the good servers still. Like before that, you had like parkour servers, you had like fun servers, level 255. Um, you had a couple of Bliss-like servers. So Bliss-like servers were the thing where you had like level 1 XP or level 2 XP, and they were trying to emulate that vanilla kind of playstyle, but they were so bugged, you know, like they were completely wrong. I think Classic 2019 really showed that most private server stuff was like completely off, which was really funny. You know, I think there was even a bug that people abused on Warriors where you could sit down and people crit you, you know, if you sit down, and you could proc enrage. So what they would do before a fight, they would just sit down, you know, have the mob attack them, get enraged, and then kill the mob with like 25% damage boost. And that didn't exist in Classic 2019. Yeah. Me too as well. I mean, I played a bit of Warmane actually. I didn't even play Warmane a lot. I played on another Rev server a lot though, which was, I think Dalaran Wall was the one. Yeah. The macro, exactly. That was the thing people used. But yeah, that's, you know, private servers were so janky most of the time. It was only later where they got more popular. Like Turtle War, for example. For the longest time, Turtle War had like 50 players at most. This one got also like really popular later on. I have so much private server lore, I could talk about this all day. Okay, I mostly play DPS. You know, kind of the Zak DPS warrior. Don't have to have like any responsibilities. Sometimes I play tank, but yeah, mostly DPS. EU. Oh yeah, this is already filled. Which of the following labels describe you? Hardcore raider, leveler, auctioneer scammer, transform. What? Yeah, okay. I would say it's kind of between these two. Like sometimes I'm more hardcore, sometimes I'm more casual raider. Leveler, I don't really like leveling at all. I don't have a lot of alts. PvP, I don't really do. Auction house, I mean, you know, most of my streams kind of start on the auction house, I would say, but yeah, I'm not really a big auction house guy. I don't really do transmogs. I think this also kind of fits. You know, sometimes I do like to kind of collect some stuff. But yeah, I'm also not really a high completionist. Oh yeah, thanks for following, by the way. Nice. Thanks. I think I would just put this in, whatever. Okay, Classic Plus. This is interesting. How likely are you like to play Classic Plus? I don't play to play at all. I'm really skeptical. So this is something I kind of want to put this in, you know? I played Season of Discovery, and I've seen what kind of changes they made to the game. And if you get something similar here, you know, it would not really look great, I would say. But I think I will play. I think I will 100% play Classic Plus, just to see how it goes, stuff like that. So that's, I think, the one I'm going to fill. I don't know, how is it for you guys? Are you going to 100% play Classic Plus? I think most people are probably going to play, I guess. But yeah, I'm really curious how they're going to do it. Like, are we going to get runes again, stuff like that? Or are we going to get, like, real talents? Or real changes? I'm not really sure. Actually, I think they can do real talent changes. Yeah. I think it's the same for me. I think I will also play. Like, Classic Plus is pretty interesting of a topic. Would you pay a box fee for Classic Plus? If so, how much? I think this should be here, you know, it should be like just part of it. No runes for yeah. No runes. Definitely no runes. I don't want to have runes. What is Sean promised? I don't think I will pay like a separate fee just for Classic Plus. I don't think that will. I think this will also not work at all. Yeah, for me as well. I want to have Classic, but just expanded. Yeah, sub fee only, nothing more. Maybe a few mechanics changes, but with a few only. Yeah. I think I want more stuff, to be honest. But that's already like dual spec is pretty much important. Okay, this is a one. So okay, not really. Maybe a slight changes. Maybe slight changes here. So like one, two, three around here. So no Unreal Engine at all. Okay, like this is something I don't know where this comes from, but I don't know why we need to get Unreal Engine in these old ass games. You know, it's just looks worse. Like I don't know. Did people see the Turtle Wall Unreal Engine kind of upgrades they wanted to do? I don't know if people saw that. But there's like a video where I can actually show you that. Unreal Engine. I think it's this one, maybe? I think it was this, right? Oh, that's so loud. Wait, let me turn this down a bit. But yeah, for example, I think Unity is fine. I think Unity also doesn't work, to be honest. I think Unity is even more of a bigger meme, to be honest. Unity is fine, you know, but not for this, like, you know, like, for example, WoW already has an engine. I don't think it's like, bringing it to Unity, I don't think really makes a lot of sense. But yeah, that's what I mean, you know. Like, this looks off, I would say. So the problem with, like, modern games, for example, is where you have, like everything is so bright. And I really hate that. I think Duskwood looks good, though, you know? Like, Duskwood looks fine. Yeah. Like, this is okay. Yeah. I think it looks worse than retail, to be honest. Like, for example, this, you know? Like, this is so bright. Like, guys, do you ever remember, you know, you leveled in Tanaris and you have screen glow on and like the whole desert is glowing, you know? That's how it feels like playing with Unreal Engine. But it's everywhere. It is so annoying. Like, this looks only good in videos, but if you play it, it's like ass. It is like the GTA San Andreas graphic mods, you know? Where you have, like, for example, where everything is like wet with rain and stuff like that. It is kind of in that direction. I think it just looks like ass, to be honest. This also doesn't really fit the game. Like, look at this, you know? Like, imagine something I really like about classics, that it's so cozy, you know? You play it, it's really fun. But yeah, like, this I think, this is like way too bright, and that's something I don't like about Unreal Engine. So this is something I don't really like. If they would do slight upgrades here, would be nice. Definitely. For example, increases the resolution instead a bit. You know, we have like these old textures. Like, increasing the resolution a bit on something is fine. But yeah, we don't need like Unreal Engine. I think the only thing that should be changed, you know, is the performance, stuff like that. But not real, like, complete engine conversions. I think it doesn't work. Like, this is also something that really sucks, because we know Blizzard is kind of lazy. So what they will just do, if that would be a thing, they will just grab WoW, put Unreal Engine on top of it, and that's kind of it. Then they will call it day. They will do the same thing as, you know, the GTA Definitive Edition. That's basically it. And if you don't do a lot of Unreal Engine, it is like really unoptimized and it runs like ass. So it's not worth it, I think. Lighting is something they need to. That's something they shouldn't really touch, I think. Polygon count, maybe, but yeah. I think it doesn't really work. Someone's trying to do WoW in Unity. I think Unity would probably work better, I guess. But to be honest, I don't think WoW really needs a huge engine change. And this would just... I think Classic would just feel very, very different to play if they would do that. So I'm not really a big fan of this at all. This is a 1. Like, modern WoW character models. I don't know if any of you guys play retail, but like, did you guys see how like the animations look in retail? Everything is so bouncy, you know? It's like really, really terrible. Like, for example, humans look so stupid in retail. It's crazy. This is like really bad. I think I don't really want to have this at all. I think most models just look worse in retail, like the characters. Yeah, I don't know why they did that, you know? Everything is so bouncy. This is like something that happens all over the place in modern animation. I mean, yeah, you can kind of say that, but it's everywhere. It's not even in WoW. Like everywhere where you have modern animation, everything's so stretchy and bouncy and stuff like that. Nothing's like really rigid. For example, in Classic, you play something, the animations are they're a bit choppy, you know, really static, but it's really satisfying. Like you crit something, it's really satisfying, you know. I don't know, and in more modern, like in retail WoW especially, everything is so like nothing has like really kind of an edge. It's really terrible. I think this is just I would not. I would try to get like mods if I could, if they would do that to get the old models back. Yeah, exactly. You know, just auto attacking is so satisfying, even though it is so basic. Like it looks kind of choppy. Don't get me wrong, but it's so satisfying. I don't know. It works perfectly. This is also one. Like this is the same thing. Bro, what is this? Bouncing dwarfs are red. No, 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 no. We don't want to have that. Definitely not. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think the reason why it's so nice, it's because it is like how can I say it? It really feels like kind of an older MMO where you have static animations, you know? You don't really have something which they do a lot nowadays, where you have in-between animations, you know, to make it a bit smoother. But the thing is, in classics, the animations are not really smooth, but that's a good thing, you know, it really fits, I think. Because then it's more satisfying. You go from one animation to the other one immediately, which is really fun, I think. And it doesn't really feel that way that it's like complete. And the thing is that it is really nice with high FPS. If you have like above 100 FPS, it feels really nice and smooth. A modern WoW spell effects? Nah. I think the modern spell effects go with the animation. It also looks like really terrible, to be honest. I don't really like the modern spell effects. I think some things are cool, so I will just put it on 2. I think having, for example, Shadow Bolt being a different color, stuff like that. I think it's fine, but this would be really difficult to have in-game because then you don't really know what kind of spell you are dealing with. You have, for example, something more modern. So this is something I agree with, but we should have the option, you know? Like this should not be like modern WoW UI, player target frames, action bars, nameplates. I think we should have the option to change. So something they did in Classic Anniversary, you know, you have that edit mode, even though it's kind of ass. I think it's still a good direction, you know, because you can change your UI without using an add-on, which is something that should be basic. Yeah, I mean, that's what they are doing, you know, but if it's not forced, it's okay, I think. So yeah, I kind of agree with this. Oh, yeah, this is interesting. So something I also saw, I think where I got this idea from was actually from Esfand. And man, Esfand has some really strange ideas, you know? Like, some really strange opinions. But yeah, I will get to that, I think, in the later kind of questions. I didn't watch the whole video, so. How would you like Blizzard to handle the server rollout? Many servers at launch, couple RP like Vanilla Classic launched with. I think this thing doesn't work anymore. Even though this is kind of the classic thing, you know, back in the day we had like 20 billion servers. But let's imagine you are a new player, you know, you have like no idea about MMOs and stuff like that. You open the game and you have 50 servers to choose from. Like people are going to get overwhelmed 100%, and then they don't know which server to pick, stuff like that. It's really annoying. I think this doesn't work in a modern environment anymore. Condensed server list like an SOD with consolidation happening over time. I think this is also kind of annoying to have. It's just also a bit more work, I guess, for Blizzard. I had a problem with that when yeah, that's what I mean, you know. Like if you are new and you're not familiar with WoW at all or MMOs, you see server like you can see most modern MMOs, like all of them, or MMOs which are from back in the day, they all shrink down the servers every single time. No mega servers match. Me and all my friends made tunes on random servers. I think that's the worst problem, you know, you have a new person He's logging into a server, he's leveling his character, and then he sees, okay, this server is actually empty and this is the wrong server. So there are two things then that are going to happen. So either that player is going to make a new character on another server, actually three kind of things. Second thing would be he's transferring it, or third, which is a really likely thing, they're just going to quit. I think, yeah. I think the problem is we have in these mega servers, I think they are definitely too big. That's kind of a problem. So I kind of, however, also like having, everyone on one server, which is also kind of fun. But Blizzard is not really balancing it, which is a problem. I mean, yeah, I could get that. But the thing is, if they are going to do that, like then we need to wait for Blizzard to do it. Like let's say you are on a dead server then, and then you need to wait until Blizzard does it. And that can take like weeks or months sometimes. They're like sometimes really slow on it. So I think this also doesn't work, Yeah. Like the thing is, this doesn't work if Blizzard doesn't do work on it, I think, like, personally, I want to go for this, but this should only be the option with Blizzard doing stuff, We need a new layer system. This current layer system is complete ass. It doesn't work. We need like new stuff as well, server balancing and everything around that. So one big advantage like smaller servers have is it's more of a community, which is kind of cool. But the problem is like it's a lot of work for Blizzard to keep it balanced. So it should, I think, either be that, or maybe like the SOD thing. I think this also doesn't work. Like you can't have like one really, really big mega server and then you have like PvP as an opt-in, because then you will make two people mad, So for example, if you have this server, like this thing, wait. Yeah, that server does not sound fun. Even playing at 200 mega servers feels super dead. Yeah, it's because of layers, It's whatever how much layers in TBC is not enough. Like yeah, I think I kind of like this as well. But the problem is if you have that, you will make two people mad, because then you have, PvP, yeah, like world PvP people, and then they are going to be mad that they just can't kill everyone, because everything is going to, maybe everyone's going to opt out of these PvP stuff. And then you're going to have PvE players being mad, because, for example, War mode often has benefits. If you enable it, you will get more XP. And then you will have PvE players mad, because then they're saying, hey, I don't want to do PvP open world, I don't want to get ganked, but I also want to have these rewards. So this is kind of hard to, I would say, balance. So I would just go, I think, for this. I think how TBC Anniversary does it would work if they do more work on it. Most of the problems are around that you can't really farm stuff, for example, and the server's kind of laggy. Auction house really a problem, stuff like that. That needs to be fixed. And then I think this is actually a really good option. Yeah. But yeah, faction balance. Wait, what? 1 mega per VE server, faction balance enforced? I don't know. I think faction balance should be on both realms. I don't know why, like, only because it's in PvE server, why there should not be balance, like faction balance. I think this is kind of stupid, because you want to have faction balance on both realms. And as a new player, I didn't know that PvP was so normal. I thought it was for 30 OG. Yeah, I mean, it's fine for mega servers, because they will still have some players. But for example, back then when we had this, we had lots of servers, PvE and PvE. Most of the time, these smaller PvE, like the PvE servers, would die really fast, because PvP servers are the kind of the norm. Most people play on PvP realms, and PvE servers are more niche, and they died really quickly. So that's mostly why I don't roll on PvE servers, because I don't want to server transfer many times. Yeah, I know. But still, there are also other things, if you have like faction unbalance, which are a problem. Not only world PvP, I think. In Classic, I loved being on PvE server, but in TBC it sucks because so. Oh yeah, okay, that's another issue. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's a thing. If you're on PvE realm, you have more of casual people, let's say, and they are not really being like too into PvP. So it's definitely more hard. How would you feel if Classic Plus had an element of season servers reset? So this is something I really don't like, okay? So that's maybe controversial or whatever, but I don't like this private server mindset where we have every single like week or month we have like new fresh servers, or we need to have fresh. So the thing is, on private servers, you know, how people play it, it is kinda really degenerate, you know? You have one server coming out, people play it for like 1 month or so, and then it's going to basically shut down, and then people make a new server, and people, you know, on launch day, it's like 2k, 3k people, or more sometimes. People play it for 1 month, it shut down, and then they make a new server, stuff like that. Every single time. And this kind of mindset transferred over like this version, you know, classic, like Blizzard version, you know, the more the official one. I don't know how to call it. I don't want to call it retail because the retail is something else. But yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's that's another thing. But I think this actually means something like where you have vanilla, TBC, then rev, and then resetting it. And I don't like this. Like this is, I think, not really a good thing. I like the approach of old school RuneScape, where you have the server with a lot of history, you know, and you play it for longer and you have new patches coming out, which is like new content and stuff like that. Maybe if they are going to do this, it could be an option where they have like 3, let's say, era servers, you know. We have vanilla era, or classic era, we have TBC era, we have rev era, and then we have like one progression server, which progresses every single time, and then you can transfer your character at the end. But yeah, I don't like this fresh mindset, I think. This is also something I don't want to have in Classic Plus in general, where we start doing Molten Core so again for like 2 or 3 months, and it's basically the same, and this is like the 10th version of Classic. I don't like this. I like, you know, the Classic Fresh experience. I can see why it's fun, but we don't need to have that every single time. It's really annoying, you know. It's just ass. It's also really degenerate. We don't need to do the same thing every single time. I think that's why Classic is like really stuck sometimes. Yeah, I mean, you are kind of right, you know, but but it's not a good long-term thing, you know. It's like really short-term. Like for example, okay, let's say they release like a fresh now, like fresh Classic. People are going to play phase 1. Lots of people are going to quit in phase 1. Then they are going to release phase 2. Stuff like that. And then we have the same thing again. At the end, what are you going to do at the end again? It's just wasting a lot of time, I think, to be honest. Yeah, I think it's just a complete waste of time. We just do the same thing over and over and over. And that is something that they do in private servers. If I go to the subreddit now for private servers, there's a new server every single day that launches, you know? And that's something I think the real game should not do. We should have something long term, where people can play it, where people can progress, you know, they can make their characters, stuff like that. I think that's the better option, I would say. How would you feel about layers in Classic Plus? So layers, actually, I don't know, you know. I think layers are a necessity, but they are not fine, you know. They need changes. Like the current layer system doesn't work completely. For example, you need to have an add-on to even see which layer you are on, which is completely stupid. Like this should be a built-in function in the game. You should see which layer you are on. You should also have the ability to swap layers, I think. But aren't private servers dead? Yeah, that's the thing. Private servers are not really dead. But for example, you saw Turtle War, you know? Turtle War was really popular. It took a really long time. Turtle War was like really dead for a really, really long time. But it had a really, really strong community. A small community. But then it got bigger. It got really way bigger. And compared to that, you had like all of these servers. Also, Nostarius was the same thing, you know? People played for Nostarius also for a while. Yeah, it was basically Classic Plus, but that server was like really, kind of dead for a while. But then it became more popular. The Chinese Classic Classic Realms got cancelled. That's like a lot of history why that got like really popular. But that was a server that was up for a really long time. I think it was up for 8 years, and then got shut down recently. Um, and that's kind of the way. And these smaller servers, and that's why you see a lot of private servers being dead, is because they make a server. In 2 months the server's probably going to shut down. So you get like your quick dopamine rush at the start of Fresh, which is kind of fun. I'm not saying the Fresh experience is not fun, um, but then the server's shutting down, and then another server gets launched, and another server gets launched, stuff like that. And I think it's not really good. Like this is not really progressing like World of Warcraft. Like we need some new stuff, I think. So that's I think something I don't really like. Like Fresh is a fun part of the game, but it's not really. I think it's not really worth it. Yeah, but yeah, for layers, we need something like we need something new. This is not working. Like you can see your layers if you don't have an add-on. I think a simple thing which I could maybe add is something older MMOs used. I don't know if people remember it from older MMOs, but you had channels, which are, to be honest, kind of layers, where you just selected a channel and then you logged into that one, and then you could play on that channel, for example. I think we should have something similar here, maybe. That would be kind of the easy option. And then you can have, like, actually, let me select this. And then you can have, you can swap layers maybe also in game with the tool as well. Probably, obviously not in combat, Like if you get ganked or so, you should not be able to swap layers immediately. But yeah, I think that should be a thing. If they want to have mega servers, we need layers anyway, but it should be way better than this. Like the current layer system is just terrible overall. It's like really bad. Uh oh, I think my thing shut down. Give me a second. Oh, there's like a lot of. Let me. Why is this already filled? Can I reset this? Did I do this one? No, I did. I didn't actually. I think I tried to like maybe record something. Wait, let me. I will reset this. I guess. Okay. Uh. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, guys, what's your opinion about this? I want to hear it. So should the size of raids be reduced from 40? What do you guys say? Do you want to have 40-man raids or? I think I got like. Okay, I got I got a notification for some reason. That's why I prefer to be controlled by Blizzard. Yeah, makes sense. 20 men, but you can bring 40. Okay, that sounds interesting. Definitely. Yeah, that could be an option, I guess. I like Kara 10 man. Yeah, me too. I like it as well. Like SOD. I think SOD had flex rating, right? I think it was like that, probably. I'm not really sure. Might have to go check something in game. Oh, thank you for following. Yeah, it's like I think the flex system is a bit different in SOD. I mean, yeah, uh, that's probably like something that would happen. I think okay. My opinion's a bit different here. Um, First of all, I don't want to have 40 man raids, which sounds maybe kind of controversial. I think 40 man raids just don't work. I was someone that also hosted a lot of raids in Classic Anniversary. Like I did like I hosted AQ, I hosted some Next sometimes. Is it in the wrong spot? Let me check. Yeah, I can do that. Wait, give me a second. This? Wait. Is this okay? I think. I hope this is okay. If not, I will change it again. Doesn't matter. Like this chat thing is a bit new for me because oh yeah, I saw no Jerome. He got like really memed on by a lot of people. I remember he was making posts on the subreddit, and I don't know. Did he get removed from his raid? I don't remember. But yeah, to answer this question here, sorry, I think 40-man raids just don't work. So in classic, 40-man raids, are not even used actually. So the thing is, for example, you do Molten Core, right? In Molten Core, you can also do the raid with like 30 people or so. It doesn't really matter. Most raids in Classic, for example, are so kind of easy, and that also happens a lot, where you can carry the raid with like just 20 people or so. And the rest of the people are just there. They just exist. That's what happens a lot of the times, Most raids are run like this, and that's why you don't really see the problems with 40-man raiding in vanilla most of the time. Where you will see the problem is in Nex. So if in Nex, if you don't have like 40 people, you are running into some problems. And that's where you will see how annoying it is to fill up a 40-man raid for Nex, for example. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you are right, Yeah, I mean, you are right. But I think we should have some things which are improving the experience, I think, Like, we should not have all of the jank. I'm a big fan of jank, but this is just really annoying, I think, most of the time. Especially if you host raids. And the thing is, for example, most of the time, you host a raid, You have like, you filled like 20 people, you have like a good roster. And then you think, oh, I still need to get like 20 more people in. Yeah, I get that. I think I get that. But I think this raid size is not working. I think this also doesn't work for more casual guilds. Like, casual guilds, I saw this a lot in Classic, in Vanilla. It is just really difficult to get 40 people together. Yeah, mages got destroyed. I mean, the AoE farming got like destroyed heavily. It was like really insane, but also, the general specs like way different. Instead of Frostbolt spamming, you just spam a lot of Arcane Blast. But yeah, I think, I don't know. I don't really think we should have 40-man. I think we should have maybe the option to do 40-man raids. They should do something with this, however. They should do some change here, I think. Yeah. Flex raiding, so we can bring more players and challenge the stage. So me personally, I'm kind of even tending to this one, getting like maybe 25 men instead, like having 25 man raids, because I kind of like having multiple groups, and not everyone in like one group, which sounds kind of wrong. But I kind of like, let's say you have like a really big guild and you have multiple 25 man rosters. I think that's kind of cool, to be honest. But I think this is not really an opinion probably a lot of people share that want to play Classic. So reduce required raid size to 20 and allow me to bring more than 20 if I want, like an SOD. Yeah. That's what I mean, That's why it works in Classic. Like, the raids are so simple. You can have 20 people be AFK, and the other 20 people carry them, basically. Yeah. That's what I mean, That's why, for example, shrinking down the raid size makes this like way more different. You will actually feel, if you, for example, in TBC, let's say you replace someone who's like really terrible or griefing with like another guy who's like really good, and you will feel it immediately. In in 40-man raids, that's not the case, I think. In 40-man raids, you are just kind of a number, basically, most of the time. So I don't really like that. I think 40 is just too big most of the time. So I'm not sure. I kind of like 25-man raids, to be honest. I would rather want that. If that is a possibility, this could also be a thing, you know. Like if we reduce the raid size to 20, and then we can allow, like, we can get like more people in if we want to. I think that could be an option. I don't really like flex raiding because I actually don't know. Like this. I don't really want to have more complicated mechanics, systems in Classic, which make it like really complicated, where lots of people also don't really understand them. So I think I would be more of a friend of this. But if they would do this, I would also be fine. But yeah, I'm kind of a fan of this, to be honest. Okay, this should not be a mostly thing. Should Dungeon Finder be implemented? This depends on which version of it. I think we should only have this, to be honest. So the funny thing is, lots of people kind of complain about this as well. And the thing is, this even existed in original vanilla. You know, you could talk to the innkeepers and they could queue you to dungeons, actually. This was already a thing in vanilla. In the original TBC and also in TBC 2021, we had also a dungeon finder, like a whole menu, but no one used it. No, everyone used LFG bulletin board, and that add-on was completely ass. I don't know if people remember it. You know, does anyone remember using that add-on? I thought it was like always terrible to use. Like it was so annoying. I think the like the thing we have right now in TBC Anniversary, like the Dungeon Finder thing, is really good. I like it. Even though it is also really buggy and it should also be fixed. Because you can't even copy paste stuff into that one. And it also resets all the time. There are lots of things which are annoying, but at least it's nicer to see people. Yeah, that add-on is so terrible. Like, I think I have to uninstall it as well. I'm not like in 2021 using it, it was so annoying. Yeah. So I think the thing we have right now in the game is pretty nice. It should be bug fixed a bit, you know, changed a bit, and then it's okay. But yeah, this one, no, never. So I don't know why they did that in yeah, okay, in Rev they did that later, but I remember in Rev Classic so many people complained not having this at the start, you know, like, oh, why don't we have Dungeon Finder? Like, I want to just teleport to the dungeon, stuff like that. And the thing is, in for dungeons, you have, you know, you have like a whole pre-area for the dungeon. Like before you enter the dungeon, you have this whole area before where you can fight some elites and stuff, and you need to group up, and you need to, you know, kill all of these mobs there, or you need to go actually, like, getting even into the dungeon is kind of an experience in itself sometimes. For example, Dead Mines is the best example for that. You know, you group up, then you go inside that mine, and then you try to travel to the entrance, and there's also some quests you can do. I mean, ZG is not like that, you know? Wait, ZG entrance? That's the group. Not every dungeon is like this. But a lot of them are. Dead Mines is like that. Sunken Temple is kind of like that, but not really. BRD is a bit like that, I would say. What else exists? Okay, actually many dungeons are not like this, to be honest. I think it's only really Dead Mines, if I remember right. No, Wailing Caverns. What else exists? Okay, some dungeons are like this, sometimes dungeons are not. Yeah, that's kind of the concept. Because the problem is if you just teleport into the dungeon, you are skipping all of this. And you also skip the quests that are related to this as well. For example, like Dead Mines. I think Dead Mines is the best example for this. So I don't really like that. What I like, however, is this. Summoning Stones. Summoning Stones are good, I would say. They should add that. Definitely. Because, you know, sometimes you just don't have Warlocks. You need 2 people, so this also has a requirement, you know. So it's good. So it's not like completely free. I'm also not the biggest fan of Wailing Caverns, definitely not. I don't really like that dungeon at all. It's pretty annoying. Where we just cheese it, but assume, yeah, that's definitely a thing. Yeah. Yeah, I mean you can like in Dead Mines we just run through, you know. Yeah, Wailing Caverns is huge. It's annoying. I think what I don't like about Wailing Caverns is there's like a lot of nothing, you know? Um, and the bosses are not really that interesting. I wish Wailing Caverns was a bit more interesting. But I like really big dungeons, you know? I like Blackrock Depths. This is something I miss in TBC. In TBC, we only have Old Hill Spreads that is like that, you know? Like a really big dungeon. The rest of the dungeons are really small, which I don't like. I'm a DM dude, bro. I never use VC. Never. The thing is, Diamol came out even later, you know? It's not even something that was in the game immediately. So DM is for me Dead Mines, not VC. Oh yeah, Ubers as well. Yeah, true. Yeah. Just call it DMN, DME or something like that, or DMW. Like it's okay. Should there be heroic dungeons? Okay, yes and no. So I don't like heroic. The button, you know, where you just press a button and the dungeon. I don't like that, you know, like where you just press a button and then the dungeon is different. That's a lie, you know. Horde players also do the Dead Mines, 100%. I saw a lot of Horde players, you know, trying to travel from Stranglethorn and then being up that, you know, hiding from alliance to not get killed. But there are some Horde players that actually also do this dungeon. I think I'm kind of, you know, Horde have it a bit hard sometimes with that, but you know, they have SFK, they have like easy SM entrance. Yeah, but guys, you have SFK, you know, like, do you know how annoying it is to get to SFK as an alliance player? You have to go to, like, if you never went there, you know, you have to go to Arati Highlands, and then you have to go to the other zone, and then you have to walk all the way up there. So ass. And then you also have Scarlet Monastery as well. And Scarlet Monastery is even more painful. Yeah, okay, guys, that's really odd. But yeah, that's one thing. Heroic dungeons, don't really like it. What I like is the hard modes. I think we should have hard modes. Like this all like hard modes already existed in vanilla, kind of. You know, you can. I think in normal gun you can press the buttons. I'm pretty sure, and then the boss does something different. The last boss. So that's something I like stuff you do inside the dungeon where it becomes harder and a different boss or something like that. I don't like where you press a button and then the dungeon is different. That's like something I don't. I like the heroics in TBC though. Don't get me wrong. That's pretty cool. But the problem with heroic dungeons is, so you do the dungeon, and then that's not the most optimal gear. The most optimal gear is actually in the heroic part of the dungeon, which you have to unlock. So one thing that is nice about Classic is you can farm your pre-raid bis gear before you are level 60, which is nice. So I like that. But other than that, you know, I like it more in Classic. For example, the bosses you can summon for the tier 0.5 gear, like the quests you can do. That is also kind of like not really heroic mode, but that's also kind of a hard mode because these bosses were way more difficult than the original bosses. And that's, I think, how they should do it, you know? They should just add something where you can maybe summon some extra boss or so, which is more difficult, stuff like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. For example, let's say we do Blackrock Depths, you know? And the last boss, we can maybe do something and he becomes way harder and you need like 10 people to kill him instead. And instead of like, you know, and he has like different loot he drops as well. And that would be cool, you know. I would love that instead of just pressing a button and then the dungeon is different. That's like ass. That's also really boring. Yeah. I think we need way more dungeons as well. We should have more dungeons. Dungeons are really nice. I don't think actually the like retail team I think they can probably make good dungeons, I would say, which kind of fits. I think the dungeons they added in SOD were not that bad. So that's probably something they should also do. Yeah. I mean, that's a possibility. They should add that. I think dungeons were. I think Scarlet Enclave was also pretty good. I didn't do it, but from what I've seen, it looked pretty nice. What I think they have problems with is gear, classes, and also I think like talents and such, where they are probably going to struggle with. So class design is a big problem, and also gearing and stuff. Should there be rated PvE in Classic Plus? So the funny thing is, this already kind of exists because we have parsers, you know, we have Warcraft logs. So like raiding leaderboards already exist basically, kind of, but unofficially. Mage Tower? I'm not really sure. Isn't Mage Tower a single player thing? Like, isn't this like single player or whatever? You just do stuff for yourself and you try to progress in the Mage Tower? I think this was a single player thing, wasn't it? I think it would be cool if you had something like where you have like a some challenge you have to do single player and you have to do it for your class. Yeah, I think the Lumberjack website. Yeah, exactly. I think this that would be cool, you know? Like every single class has maybe some challenge things they need to do for themselves. Where they really need to use everything from their class, you know? I think that would be also good because more people would actually learn their classes, which would be great. I think that something like that would be cool. Mythic Plus, I don't agree. We should not have this in Classic. Like raids should only have one difficulty. Only one. Like either you can clear it or you can't clear it. That's it. Like they did in SOD, for example. Yeah, true. I think they had some for some runes as well. Something like that. I think they should add something like that as well. That is fun because then you have something to do outside of raiding. I think the biggest problem in Classic is the end game, which is just worse than any other version of the game, you know? Maybe Warlords. I think Warlords would also be a bit better then. Like the end game in Classic is really terrible. Everything else, like before you do the end game, is really good in Vanilla. Like for example, leveling is really good. I would say like it's really relevant. You can like pre-bis. I think Vanilla has the best pre-bis experience, 100%. But after that, raiding level 60 content, Molten Core is ass. That's like not really great, you know, compared to other expansions, for example, I would say. But yeah, I think I think it would be kind of fun maybe to have something light-hearted here, maybe leaderboards, but not that hardcore, you know. Maybe some fun stuff here would be cool. Yeah, I saw that actually. Yeah, people did that. So I think there was like one warrior thing you could do. Yeah, vanilla Prebis is so cool. I really love like the Prebis farm. You know, you do Maraudon for the ring. You try to get Savage Gladiator Chain. You try to maybe find some ways to solo farm that. It's cool. I like it. Yeah, that's really cool. So I think yes. I would say yes. I don't really like Mythic Plus. Mage Tower is fine. Prestige levels. I mean, this is like from what? Call of Duty? I don't even know. Like leaderboards we already basically have, but not in game. So I think this is kind of fine to have. This is also yes. So I think there should be rated PvP in Classic Plus. They should bring arenas to Classic. 100%. Oof. Man, it took me a really long time to get that ring, you know, from Princess. This was so terrible. I remember a friend of mine, where we leveled together with, he got it in his like first run or so on his rogue, and it took like ages for me to get. So annoying. But yeah, rated PvP. I think arenas are can be pretty fun. I think classic is really, I would say vanilla is really the environment where this would be pretty fun to have, you know, having like arenas. I think like because that's something that hasn't been done before really. Dueling leaderboards, yeah. Rated battlegrounds. This is something I don't know. They need to do some changes for battlegrounds, like 100%. Like it can't be. We have, you know, we have like people only do Altec Valley. That's not good. Like that needs to be changed completely. Like That's, you know, Awerfi Basin is way better of a battleground. Way better, way more fun. But people just don't do it. Because the rewards are bad, the honor gain is bad, and it's just only really fun to do. That's it. So yeah, that's something that needs to change here 100%. It can't be, you know, everyone just do Altec Valley spam, bum rush to the last boss, and then that's your PvP experience. Already, I think AV is fun if you don't do the Zerg strat. Yeah, that's what I mean, you know? I want AV to be, maybe, I think they should bring the original version of it. I didn't play that, but from what it looks like, it's really cool because you have PvP and you have also a lot of PvE, you know? It's a really long kind of BG where you have to progress. Like, you kill people, you gather resources, you try to make your base stronger. I think that's cool. I really like that. That's something I would definitely play 100%, you know? Like you try to do, you try to progress together. I think that's cool. But not the anniversary version we had. Like the anniversary version, like the where everyone just rushes to drag, and that's it, and then it's over, and everyone just wants to like farm honor to get the PvP gear for PvE. Are you one of these guys? I mean, I did that. I think in the last kind of phases as well. You know, when we got like the honor increases or so. I couldn't remember, but yeah, that was like really fun. You know, you do that, you try to get some kills, and that is really fun. I think. Yeah, that's for fun. I remember I did. We were in a group of like I think 4 people or so. And it was so insane, you know. We had, I think it was in the pre-patch as well. We had like Wind Fury and so on, and we just like, yeah, that was so crazy. I had Bone Reavers, you know. We killed people over and over at the graveyard. It was so stupid. Yeah, I think that was the more fun kind of playstyle, even though it could lead to like turtles, which was really terrible. Oh yeah, okay, that's pretty insane. I think AoE looting should be a thing, I think. So one thing Blizzard is really kind of stupid about is when they introduce changes, you know, which nerf, like when they try to nerf bots, but it nerfs legit players way more. So for example, lots of legit players are actually farming, you know, dungeons and stuff solo, or AoE farming, stuff like that. And then they nerf these kind of farms because of bots, and bots don't care. You know, bots, like people who obviously control the bots, they just say, okay, instead of that, I will just farm anything else. They do lower Blackrock Spire, they just fly hack everywhere. It doesn't matter. You know, for them, it doesn't matter if it gets nerfed. For example, they nerfed chests because bots could just instant teleport to the chests, loot them. And obviously, that is more of a nerf for the legit player base. You know, you do, like, you are leveling, you see a group of like 3 mobs hiding like a chest. You try to kill them really, really slowly, stuff like that. It's really difficult. You finally open the chest, and there's nothing inside because they nerfed it, obviously, which is like really annoying. And that nerfs like legit players. Same thing for AoE looting. People say, yeah, but bots have like a way easier time. But guys, bots, you know, bots don't care about it. Like, what is going to be the difference when a bot takes like 5 seconds to loot something or like 1 second? It's just way better for the general player base, I think. I think AoE looting is like really fun, you know. You have like these big packs, you kill something, you press right click on it, and then you scroll down the loot. Yeah, you know, like bots are a thing that is going to be a thing every single time. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, definitely. But yeah, I think we should have AoE looting, definitely. Yeah, I think they should just... I mean, if they're not going to do anything against these bots, like they're not going to massively ban them or whatever, just let all of the other people instead farm as well, you know, that are going to do it. So don't nerf legit players. For example, they removed the lockout skip for no reason at all, which was just really stupid. They removed the Okay, the lockout gate trick was pretty broken, so I get why they nerfed that or removed that. But yeah, lockout skip, not lockout skip, but yeah, lockout where you reset to the dungeon again. Why did they remove that? That was so stupid to remove, you know? It was a really nice thing to have where you could just farm dungeons quicker. For example, Maraudon, you just went into the water, or you went to the middle platform at the end at Princess, you locked out, locked in, were at the entrance again. But they removed that for no reason. Yeah, I think they should just. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know, Black Lotus was just really stupid expensive. And everyone said, okay, just give us the SOD change at the start, and they took like ages to give it to us. But yeah, maybe it's going to be a bit different for Classic Plus. What features of World Buffs would you want to see in Classic Plus? Oof, yeah, this is hard. So I don't like World Buffs. I don't know how it's with you guys. Guys, do you like World Buffs? I think lots of people also kind of don't like them, I would say. This was really funny because on S-Fan's video, he was like, yeah, wall buffs are really good, really great. And his whole chat was like, no, I hate wall buffs, they are so ass. Okay. Okay, it's really 50-50, I would say. Okay, but people don't like them, people like them. I think the problem of wall buffs is that they are just really like it's so hard to say. I think the biggest problem is you just die with them, you know? That's annoying. Yeah, I think they should do some changes. The problem is you can't remove them. Like, you can't remove world buffs. It doesn't work. Because if you do that, you know, for example, in Classic, like what they did in TBC, you know, in TBC they removed world buffs. But that was also a later edition. But they also gave us all of the different class buffs instead. So instead of like having world buffs, you can use all of the class buffs. Like, I don't know, you have a Feral Druid crit buff, you have Wind Fury on both factions, you have shamans which give you even more buffs, stuff like that. You have so many things you have in TBC, which kind of removes the necessity of world buffs. But in vanilla, that doesn't exist. You don't have that in vanilla. So in vanilla, all you have is like Wind Fury, if you're Horde, and you have a Feral buff, let's say on a warrior, and that's it. Other things just don't exist for class buffs. So instead, what people do is they grab world buffs to make it a bit more interesting. Going into a raid, being fully stacked with world buffs on a warrior, for example, is like really fun. But it's not fun if it takes you the whole week to farm and then you die on the first boss. I think that's really ass. So I think we should have world buffs. We should have chrono boons, yes. Non-dispellable, this is just stupid, to be honest. I think we should have ways to purchase it. I think I would agree with that. They're just the things that make classic, you know. Yeah, I mean, you can also have, I think, 4 rows of buffs in TBC, I would say. This could be also an alternative where you have just maybe like one, you know, like you could maybe use like only a couple of world buffs, but I think this is not really good to have. I wanted to do that as well, you know. I only got like a couple of world buffs on my paladin. I wanted to have like a full set of world buffs on my warrior, but I didn't do that. So I kind of regret it. One thing they need to do, however, you know, give us rent on alliance. I can't do this anymore, where I sit next to the NPC, press my mind control cap, it fails for the 15th time, and then I have to log out for 30 minutes again to use it again next time and fail again. Okay? And I don't want to pay 90 gold again for rent. Because that's like, there are some things in the game which just they should 100% change because it's stupid. Yeah, that's the thing. I should have rolled Horde. I don't know why I didn't roll Horde, you know, it was stupid in vanilla. Because you have Wind Fury, you have way more fun racials, and you have rent. Like on an Horde, you can be AFK in Orgrimmar, you get rent. On Alliance, I have to do some mumbo jumbo voodoo tricks to get like rent, you know? It's ass. Yeah, like give Horde Kings, I don't care, but I want rent. Do you know they had it on Era? Yeah, I remember that. That was so funny. I think on SOD they gave rent to Alliance as well. Ah, okay, you got all rogue 8 on your rogue. My lock and MOP still have the Chrono Boon. Wow, damn. And Era people complained. Yeah, but Era people are sometimes a bit, you know. Oh, what the fuck was that? Like Era people are sometimes a bit weird, you know. They would really want to. For example, they would add a small thing like that, or like Chrono Boons, but no, they don't want to do that. They are going to complain about it. Yeah, this is not. The thing is, Classic Era is not even like Classic 2004 anyway. You know, in Classic 2004 and such, it's a completely different game anyway. Yeah, some Era people are just so stupid. I remember when you know TBC anniversary, we were in the pre-patch and such, or even beforehand, and people said, "Yeah, no one's going to play TBC. I'm going to transfer my rank 14 character to Classic Era." And then these people don't play anymore because Classic Era is dead as fuck. And you know, in anniversary, it took like ages to get a rent sometimes. But remember, try to do that on Era. Like on Era, you can't even get the ZG world buff. It's kind of sometimes impossible. You have to cooperate with different guilds, with the Horde and Alliance, and then you have to be in Discord and such, and then see, oh, on this and this time I'm going to drop the ZG buff because no one is doing it because the server's dead. Yeah. Like back in the day, you know, people didn't care about world buffs and such. Like it was just something that existed. I think also in Classic 2019, when you didn't have Chrono Boons and you could dispel the world buffs, people also had that. They didn't do that as well. So it was also a different story. Like people, I think, locked out of their characters. Like this is crazy, you know. People complained about having Chrono Boons on Classic Era. Like guys, do you want to collect your world buffs AFK 4 days until you can do the raid, and then try to be also lucky so you don't get killed on the way? Like, what is this kind of mind? Like, this is so stupid sometimes. I was thinking, what are you, like, are you guys some crazy? So yeah, I mean, weaker world buffs could be a thing as well that could exist. I mean, some world buffs are just really broken, like Rend, but I think in general, world buffs are, yeah, I mean, they are kind of all on the same power level, I would say. Some are a bit weaker, some are a bit stronger. So what are you going to nerf then? Unless you want to say, like, okay, you can only bring like one world buff. But then it's also kind of boring, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, the boon timer is so ass. Like let us give us like 10-minute boons or so. It's stupid. So I think they should kind of have this. You know, we should also be purchasable. Like they should be purchasable. What I would say, so how they should do it. Yeah, like why didn't we get this at Classic Anniversary? Oh yeah, thank you for the follow, by the way. Like this was way better, you know. Like we should have that in Anniversary. There's also another thing where I don't understand why we didn't get it in Anniversary. So I think what I should do is we have a lot of these dead reputations, you know. So for example, in Dire Mall, there's like this one reputation with the Night Elves. I forgot the name, to be honest. But that's like completely useless. So what I would kind of think of is we have these kind of dead reputations and we also add some. And if you get like reputation, you also like there should be new ways to get also reputation, not only where you just turn in books. And then if you have enough reputation, you can just buy you can buy world buffs of these vendors. I mean, we should not. They should not really try to sell everything. Probably like maybe okay, sunflower. I don't know even, but sunflower is also kind of annoying to get. But yeah, I think there should not be. There should be some conditions like horizontal progression that you can do besides like raiding and such, maybe even before you hit level 60, where you have access to purchase like world buffs, you know? That should be something that you should work on. Like not, I think not immediately, you know? Maybe there's like a cool kind of reputation, and at the end you can purchase the reputation. Yeah, something like that actually. Yeah, maybe. You know, there are like a lot of really dead reputations in vanilla that have no purpose. You know, that would be something which would be cool. Yeah, yeah. I think what would be also cool. That was something they added in Rev, but I will get to reputations later here. Where if you did a lot of work for the reputation, you know, the area and so on changed a bit. So that was kind of cool to have. I think that something like that would be cool to have in Classic. Just something that you can do outside of just raiding, you know. How would you feel if Classic Plus trimmed the capabilities of add-ons and weak auras? I mean, yes and no. I don't really like how involved DVM and such is, you know, in raid encounters. The thing is, in Classic, most raids are so easy. For example, you do Molten Core. There's only one mechanic where you might need DBM for. That's like the Baron Geddon bomb. The rest, you don't need anything. You can do that without add-ons even. Doesn't really matter. So it's not really a big thing. In Blackwing Lair, you have a couple of things, I guess, but you can also do that without add-ons, to be honest. But yeah, like most of the stuff is not really that. Where I would be more interested in, uh, they did that intentionally as an added vendor in IF. Yeah, I think probably like later on. I mean, it makes sense after they change it, I guess. One thing that is nice about world buffs that you travel the world, you know. You have to go here, you have to go here, you have to go here. You have to also kind of make a plan so you don't die on the way and lose your world buffs. But yeah, that is kind of cool, I would say. Yeah. I mean, Scarlet Enclave was pretty difficult, definitely. It was one of the harder raids. What I liked about Scarlet Enclave, which is not really, you know, part of the raid difficulty or so, is that they used cut content areas, you know. They used the old beta Scarlet Monastery raid dungeon, the one where you have everything in one dungeon. That was pretty cool. Yeah, that is pretty nice. But yeah, about this, like about add-ons, I think I like using add-ons to do my UI. So I really want to have that. I think weak auras, especially for that, is really nice, you know, where you can, like, I don't know, I pop Deathwish and I can see that I have Deathwish popped or stuff like that. I think that's really important. What I don't really like is about, I think if they add new raids, new stuff, new dungeons, I don't like that we have immediate weak auras which tell you everything, you know? That's something the game should do. Like, you should see it in the game, you know? Oh, the boss turns red. Oh, he's enraged, stuff like that. That shouldn't be something that the add-on tells you, I think. But yeah, this will require a lot of work. They did that in Midnight, I think, in Retail WoW, and it was like a huge issue for lots of people. So for me, to be honest, I don't really mind what they do here. So either way, it's whatever. But yeah, if they would add something where you can like get all of the information of new raids immediately, and people have to, you know, do some research instead, would be kind of fun. In Facebook, I think. Yeah. I watched that also. That was pretty fun to watch. That whole kind of hype around that was pretty cool. Should mount level requirements be lowered? No, I think it's fine. I would say. I mean, level 30 would be kind of a thing they could maybe do, or 35-ish. But I think level 40 is okay. Like, they should not change this, I think. This is okay. Because I don't seem so normalized and almost mentor. I've never played WoW for dance. Yeah, it's I think not possible. That's one of the really annoying things whenever you play a new version or you play like let's say on private servers, that you have to like get all of the add-ons. Yeah, mount level is fine. That no. This is kind of funny because this doesn't even work in classic, you know. Because if they add flying, let's say in Azeroth, you can't even fly because like all of the areas don't work with flying in mind, you know. The reason, for example, in Cataclysm why they changed all of the zones, like the original zones, is because of flying also. Like if you have flying, you need to think of, every single player can get on top of this. So then you have to change the whole thing. For example, in Stormwind, you have a lot of invisible walls at the top, you know. And it looks like really weird as well. So it doesn't even work. Yeah, but I don't think they will do this. Because it is so much work and it is just not worth it. So I think this is just, they should put that work into somewhere else. And people are also really, really, let's say, angry about flying, you know? People really don't like it, and they say it ruined WoW and world PvP, even though I think these reasons, they like, don't really make a lot of sense. Like, people say, okay, it ruined world PvP. Like, world PvP, especially in this modern kind of environment, doesn't even exist, even without flying. Like world PvP is basically like that. It is really fun if you have the advantage, and it really sucks if you don't have the advantage. And people, you know, play always with the advantage. I think they should. That's also what I think they should do, more horizontal progression. You know, where if you, besides raiding, you know, you should have ways to increase, like to get some stuff which is convenient. Like maybe you farm reputation, stuff like that, and maybe you unlock something which is like really convenient, maybe like a teleporter or something. I think that's really good. Yeah, nameplates need to be changed. Like this needs to be, it needs to be longer, 100%. Like 20 yards nameplates is really bad, definitely. Yeah. Okay, this was something, I don't know why they didn't add that in Classic Anniversary, you know? Like needing to make a character, which is called Guild Bank, and then you have to give him, like that character, all of the stuff, which is most of the time the guild leader's alt. And that guy, for example, if he's never kind of online, you can't even access the guild bank. This is just terrible, you know? Guild banks immediately at the start, 100%. This should have been added in Classic Anniversary. I don't know why they didn't do it. But yeah, guild bank. Like, guild banks, how it works in vanilla, yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's really easy to yoink stuff if you are, you know, if you have the vanilla kind of version. Like, you have like the everything is like on one alt, and that's it. Yeah, and no one can see it as well, you know. Yeah, that's something which is, the guild banks can have like a lot of advantages for the whole guild. You can make so much stuff as well, you know. You can have special ranks, and people can access the guild bank if they have a special rank. You can, you know, motivate people to do more in the guild, to have access to the guild bank, stuff like that. Yeah, that's also something we did as well in our guild. But it was not, you know, updated regularly. People also didn't really care about the guild bank. And you had to ask as well, you know, and then you had to wait until an answer. It was just ass all over the place. Yeah, but you know, that's the thing. Then we need another add-on and such, and another website. So let us just have like a normal guild bank. Should Classic Plus have achievements? I think so, yeah. So this is something, for example, I looked at Asfan's video, and he was like, no, we shouldn't have achievements because people will gatekeep people. Like, because then they need to link their achievements to get into raids. And I'm thinking, yo, like, what kind of game are we playing? You know, we are playing Classic. Like, Classic has Molten Core. No way someone is asking, yo, link your Molten Core achievement, or else I'm not going to invite you. Like, that's not the thing that's going to happen. People did that with the achievement linking thing for more difficult raids, you know, in for Uldua and such, for example. Like, people on private servers, people also needed to link like their next Ramas achievement, because that was really retarded anyway. But like, you know, people don't do that for like raids in Classic. Yeah, that's the thing I mean, you know? You can also look at logs. Like, this thing, like, for that reason to not have achievements? What? Achievements are, I think, really fun. They're like another thing that is also some progression thing. You know, lots of people just like to collect stuff, you know, explore stuff, fill out the achievements, stuff like that. I think that's fun. And then you can also have some like titles, so on. Yeah, it's just a free thing they could add. Yeah, that's what I mean. This is like a really easy thing. This should be a thing 100%. Like Classic Plus without achievements, I don't know what they are doing. Yeah, exactly. You need to know how many critters you killed. Yeah, exactly. We need to have this. This is 100% important, I think. I think not having this, like, what are we doing? Yeah, exactly. And people also, the thing is, let's say we have a Classic Plus server which also lasts a really long time, you know? Then you can even see and look back. For example, I can log in into my Mist of Pandaria character, and I can see, okay, I did like all of the Nextremas achievements in Rev Classic and such, and so on and so forth. And I can see when I did the raid for the first time and so on, you know, which is fun. So yeah, I think this is kind of fun. So yeah, I mean, maybe. But we should have one. Like, we should have this. This should be like old school RuneScape most of the time. I think WoW Classic doesn't really work that way, where we have vanilla TBC ref, or we just have vanilla and that's it. That doesn't really work, you know. It works for these people who just play on Classic era and kind of lament, like, talk about 24/7 how great and thriving and how many people play Classic era and how it is such a good game. But these people are, if you listen to these people, you are going to ruin your game mostly. Yeah, but that was like pretty stupid. I think you saw how popular it was. I think what I've heard is basically Blizzard was like really like they were really um you know, they really hated the private server community and they didn't take them really seriously. So I think that's kind of what happened. Then the whole thing with Nostarius happened. And that's basically where I've seen, okay, maybe there's actually some profit here we can make, or some, like, this is actually maybe a good thing we can actually do here. So that's basically what they then did. Should reputations be streamlined, made easier to level? Um, yeah, maybe actually. I think yes or no. This is hard to say. I think this depends on the reputation. There are some reputations in the game which you can't even level really. Like, you have to kill, for example, a mob. There's like, for example, one mob you can only kill, and that's it. For example, I think the Bloodsail Buccaneers works that way. There are some reputations which are really impossible to level. Like, for that is one thing. Like, all of the reputations which are part of the insane, or what is it, insane in the membrane or so, that achievement. I think all of these reputations are really hard to level. And like basically impossible. Ravenhold is another one which is kind of annoying, but not that insane, I would say. Okay, it's pretty insane. But yeah, I think reputations overall should be easier, I think, to level 100%. Yeah, I think this should be. They should add more things, just more unique, cool things you can do with reputations in general. I think reputations are a pretty cool system, you know? You work towards a reputation you like, maybe, you know? Maybe the Wildhammer clan or stuff, which is completely useless in vanilla. You can't even level it. Why not add like more things where you can actually level that reputation? Like maybe some unique stuff you can do, whatever. Yeah. I mean, maybe this could matter for raiding as well, you know? Like, maybe if you, let's say, level these reputations, they add new stuff to the, like, they add a vendor. Like, each of the reputations have a vendor. Maybe it can also help you level faster, stuff like that. I think that this has a lot of potential, I would say, reputations. Transmog, no. Yeah, the forest, like, the Frost Saber definitely took time. I think that should not really be changed. Unless I want to make it a bit faster, maybe like the TBC version. But I think we will, like, the reason why people even did that is because there are not a lot of mounts in vanilla. And they will probably give us like way more mounts. So I don't think it will matter that much. So yeah, transmogs. No, I don't agree. Like the problem with transmogs is vanilla is really built in that way where, let's say you go to Stormwind, you know, and it's like only a couple of weeks in, or like the first week, and you see someone with Mic'd of Manifold, for example, in the first week, you know. For example, even in Classic Anniversary, that was the case. Only a smallish amount of raids or guilds cleared Kel'Thuzad in the first week in Classic Anniversary. So if you saw someone with Mic'd of Manifold, you would think, oh man, that guy must be in a good guild and such, and stuff like that. I think seeing, for example, a person full tier 3 warrior, corrupted Ashbringer, you know, that is really cool. And I think Transmog would ruin this. Because people will just, you know, you have level 20 characters with looking like Illidan or so. I think this is kind of stupid. What I would like, however, is if you would have like an extra inventory for lower level items where we can just, you know, get them out of that inventory and equip it. So that would not clutter our main inventory. So we can kind of have like a classic transmog, you know. We still need to farm it, stuff like that. But you can make some cool kind of fits in classic. But not just raiding gear, you know, just looking kind of stupid sometimes. Like the Postmaster set, for example, stuff like that, you know. I think the Postmaster set, for example, should be in a separate inventory, I would say. Where you can just equip it, stuff like that. Which goes into this point, you know. There should be a collection inventory, I think. This is something they should just add with free up inventory, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, lots of people probably don't care about it as well, but I don't think, I think looking at characters, stuff like that, you will see if someone has, let's say, like really good items, has like Gressel, stuff like that. You know, okay, this guy's like really geared. I think that's important. This should also be a thing, you know, like mounts as an item. I don't know, like this should be a separate option. Yeah, that's what I mean, you know, that is something which should just also exist. Okay, this is interesting. GDKPs. Okay, what is your guys' opinions about GDKPs? What do you guys say? Do you have any strong opinions about this? I'm really curious. I don't know even if a lot of people are still here online. It's really late, but it's pretty fun to talk about this. Okay, that's unfortunate, I would say. GKP hype. So for me, I miss them, I would say. Yeah. SR is, yeah. Remove SR. Like SR is, man, SR is so shit. I would say it's crazy. Okay, I would say, okay, we GDKPs, I miss them. Okay, I remember last TBC, you know, 2021. I was in this Irani GDKP runs, Mount Hyjal. Always kind of a disaster run, but really funny every single time. You know? Yeah, that's the thing. I had really good gear. You know, I was missing like one piece or so, and I could just join these raids. I could do Karazhan. I could do Mount Hyjal, and it was fun for me because I was always about like, oh, please, this item drops for this class. Oh, we have like a mage. Maybe he needs this item. Please, this needs to drop. Stuff like that. So the cut would get bigger and stuff. Yeah, that's the thing, you know. The biggest problem with GKPs is that it's just too good of a loot system, you know. That's the thing. For example, if GDKPs exist, and that was also the problem Blizzard mentioned, is that it will replace traditional SR systems, even in guilds. So that's, I think, more of an issue. So they could maybe nerf it a bit, I guess. Maybe you can only do it for older raids. Not really like release rates, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, it's like really fun. You know, you are a carry, you have like full gear basically already. You join these raids, you know, you do your insane DPS, whatever, and then you still get some gold at the end. We were using GDKPs like in my guild in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. In Next Ramas was it? But GDKPs this system, this is really funny, kind of, you know. This system is older than SR, actually, you know. SRs are a thing that existed or that came more into fruition in classic, I would say, and also kind of like classic TBC, like 2019, 2021. Basically, GDKPs existed back in original RAV, even in TBC, original kind of TBC. So people did it a lot in China, like also you mentioned here. Yeah, that's the thing. This problem, however, is it can get really degenerate. If real, you know, if gold buying didn't exist, that's I think one of the best systems for loot and packs that exists 100%, because it's like a really nice system. You know, it was so fun to join these raids where you don't really need a lot, and your item didn't drop, didn't matter. Something else dropped, which was really good for someone else, and the cut got really big, and you got like a lot of gold at the end, and you could buy all of your consumes that way. You know, that is something I used it all the time. I never bought gold, and that's something, you know, where I made like a lot of gold. You know, you join a Mount Hydra run, and something nice drops. Stuff like that was really nice. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, 100%. You know, the problem is there are some pros with GDKPs. I would say definitely. You can abuse it a lot. You can exploit it a lot. You know, people will buy a lot of gold. But the thing is, people buy more gold without GDKPs being around than they did. You know, like it's crazy. For example, the consumable prices during Classic Anniversary, where Mongoose was so insanely expensive, it was never like that with GDKPs around as well. So the argument where, oh, GDKP, if you add that, or when you remove that, all of the gold buying and so on got removed as well, like that's completely stupid. But I talked about this also in a couple of videos as well. I mean, you saw it, you know, like people still buy a lot of gold right now. GDKPs are banned. Yeah, and also people still do GDKPs. It's more of a hidden thing, but people still do it. Yeah, I think this really grieved people who were like like if you mention GDKPs on Reddit, everyone just thinks, yeah, everyone in a GDKP raid was a gold buyer. That was just wrong. You could be a complete casual, you know. You could not buy gold. You could just be go in as a raid, and you could also get a cut at the end, especially if you had good gear, stuff like that, you know. And then in the next raid, you could buy your gear with that gold that you got. And that was also something that happened a lot. Like people talk about these 100k GDKPs and such, but that was a rarity. Most GDKPs were really small, you know. People didn't have like huge, gigantic pots. I think if we would have GDKPs right now, okay, the pots would be way bigger because way more people are buying gold right now. But in 2021 and such, the pots weren't so big. It was pretty reasonable, I think. Like you could farm a bit and you could actually buy like an item and such easily. Yeah, I think that's one of the big things. So I think we should have GDKPs. Like imagine you do a GDKP Molten Core run, you know? How fun would that be? People would actually join Molten Core. You know, in later phases, I didn't really want to do Molten Core because it was super annoying. Like I didn't really need anything. I need maybe one item or so. I think I only needed Quick Strike Ring. And just for that alone, doing a whole Molten Core run, yeah, get me out. You know, it's just way too annoying. Should the level cap ever increase from 60? No, I don't think they should. Just keep it at level 60. I think we should just have like different stuff. We should have probably new zones, however. Doesn't really need to be leveling zones, however, just something new. Yeah. I think level 60 is fine. 60 is good. I think the leveling progress is pretty nice. Like if they are going to add new levels here, then it's going to be like the whole balance is kind of a bit scuffed, I would say. That's like a classic plus survey, you know? I got a bit bored and I thought, yeah, why not do this on streams? It's pretty fun to do. Like especially with chat, you know, we can just yab a bit here, talk about some stuff. Yeah, no levels. Level 60. State level 60 is good. Each block costs 10 reals. And then so these are at reals. You can. I mean, this is also good. Yeah, actually, yeah, this could be the alternative. There needs to be something where you want to do older raids. You know, like either badges, stuff, something. But yeah, GDK piece I think would be kind of the best option. Oh, I have. Okay. Okay, next up. Should Classic Plus have new zones? Yes. I mean, Classic has already zones which are not used. You know, we have Mount Hyjal, we have Caverns of Time. These zones already exist. You can already, you know, they are not even bugged or something. They are completely kind of functional, to be honest. Even Caverns of Time, you can actually, like, if you bug through the stone, it basically looks like the TBC version. It's pretty funny. Hyjal as well. We have Karazhan Crypts. Which zones are also unused but in the game and available? I don't even know if there's anything else. I know, okay, Hydra exists, yeah. I don't know. Is there anything else that exists in the game? Which you can go. You have Old Iron Forge as well. But it's not really a zone. I don't know. Yeah, like if they want to do Classic Plus without new zones, they can just, you know, they can just stop. This is not working. We need the cut content, man. You know, all of it. All of the cut content. We need Karazhan Crypts. We need. Okay, Karazhan Crypts is not cut, but you know what I mean. Oh, actually, it is. We need Caverns of Time. We need the old Black Morass original version. We need Hyjal. We need. That's the cut thing. Maybe Emerald Dream. You know, that also exists. Karazhan. Like maybe the old Japanese version of it. You know, there were multiple versions of Karazhan. The thing is, in vanilla, which is, I don't know, not a lot of people talk about it, but Karazhan on top of the tower, basically, or on the outside, there is another entrance into Karazhan, which is kind of weird. Like it is like really high up. There are also some griffins, and there's like a gate and also like a raid entrance there, like a raid portal, basically. And I think their original idea was maybe that you fly to that, and then you enter from that place into Karazhan. I don't really know. It is really, really weird. But yeah, that was. No, it's not the back door. It's another entrance. I don't know if I can actually show that. Wait, maybe griffins on top of Karazhan. Maybe this? Yeah, this. This is what I mean. This is actually in vanilla, I think. Oh no, wait, this is a retail version. Or maybe this was in retail? It's kind of weird to explain, but it's like a third kind of entrance, which is kind of weird. But yeah, you can't really go there, which is strange, you know. Kind of. No, it's not even Nightbane. It's like it's not inside the raid. It's outside. There's no picture of it. Maybe I can find a picture. But this is like retail. I want to find the original version. Yeah, this. I think it's this. This, I think, in SOD you could actually go there. You could teleport there. You could get teleported there. Actually, in SOD, you know, there was a trinket that would teleport you to random locations, and you could get teleported there. But you know, this is a place. This is in Karazhan, actually. This is outside. You know, you have this thing here. There are some griffins here on the side. But this is unused for some reason. I don't know what the idea was here. Maybe you could fly here? I'm not sure. But yeah, this is actually not really talked about much. Here, maybe this is actually the thing. Connected to the top of Karazhan for convenience of groups who had already cleared most of the instant location needed. Ledge is still here along with the griffin nests. Yeah, okay. I guess this was... Yeah, I think this was maybe the original backdoor idea before they added that thing for Nightbane. But yeah, interesting. I think this is pretty interesting. I don't know. This could be also something that could maybe play with, you know? Could add this. Okay, this is, I think, newer stuff, maybe. Yeah, this is what I mean. It looks kind of like this, actually. Kind of like this. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I don't know. This should be something they should also maybe play with. There's so much unused stuff in WoW. It is crazy. Also, original Outland, you know, like that could be a thing. Original Hellfire Peninsula. Like you can go to dead mines inside the dungeon. How do you know what? Man, my game is like really loud in the background. I will close it. Fuck, I'm exposed. Yeah, I play League from time to time, but not really, you know, not really hardcore. Okay, if yes, one as well. Ooh, I'm getting exposed here. Maybe I should make like another account. But yeah, I look at sometimes I look at some random videos or via YouTube stuff like that. You get some weird recommendations as well. But yeah, you know, Draven is kind of similar to Fury Warrior, you know, like you use 2 weapons, stuff like that. I don't know, but yeah, whatever. Yeah. Okay. All good, all good. I don't know, was I stuck to that? Whatever. Okay, let's talk about this actually. When Azeroth or beyond what you only in the main 2 continents, anywhere on Azeroth, and any other planet dimension, fine. Man, should they stay in Azeroth? I'm not sure, to be honest. Like Outland would be kind of cool to have in vanilla, but that wouldn't really work because then you need to have flying. You know, Northrend is the same. Also doesn't work. Like you have to have flying for Northrend. Like else you can't go to Dalaran. But the original idea was actually to have, for example, you know, they wanted to have like Ulduar as well. Yeah, Northrend I think is also good. To be honest, I would just go all out, you know? Why not have everything, basically? All of the zones. Outland, Draenor, whatever. Doesn't matter. Like everything. I mean, yeah, okay, this could be also a thing. But I just want all of the cut content stuff, you know, in the game. Like all of it. I remember also the original ideas. Like Emerald Dream, there's the Hyjal, obviously, which is like even in the game, you can't. There's nothing that is in there. What else exists? Old Ironforge. What else exists? Maybe the Furbolg raid. I don't know if they wanted to do something with that, but that's like a thing in vanilla as well. There's like this huge gate. Oh yeah, Gilneas. Man, I could talk about this like all day, to be honest. I know so much stuff about this cut content because it's really interesting, I think. Should new content be added for leveling? The low level zones, dungeons. I think we should have more quests, you know? For example, what is it? Not Swamp of Sorrow? What is the other zone? Dustwallow, you know? Like in TBC, they added a lot of quests in Dustwallow Marsh. And a lot of the quests are also unfinished. They just end for some reason. You know, you do the whole missing diplomat quest chain and then it just ends for some reason. It's really annoying. Uldum, yeah, Uldum, they should add Uldum as well, you know. That's another thing. Just ends. It has a whole quest chain and then yeah, it just whatever. Just finishes. So this is like an easy yes. Should leveling be sped up? No, I don't think so, to be honest. Speed it up across the board. Leveling be boring, revel boost. I think leveling is a big part of Classic, to be honest. The thing is, however, we did, if this is something they're going to add, it's going to be I don't know how much iteration. So it needs to be a bit different, I would say. It doesn't need to be necessarily faster, but we should have more options, because the leveling process, some of it is really problematic, where people will just go into dungeons instead a lot, and I think that shouldn't exist. I think more quests, more stuff to do, added with kind of the kind of same leveling pace. I don't want something like an experience boost or so. Stuff like that doesn't need to happen. We should just have more options. Yeah, we should have more extra quests. I think that's okay. But we shouldn't have stuff like whatever, like joyous journeys or stuff like that. Like really simple, easy stuff. They should not really add that. I would say give us like a new quest, new stuff to do. Because for example, on Alliance, you do, let's say I make a human. You do like Elven Forest, you do like Westfall, you do like Red Ridge, you do like Duskwood, and then you are in your 30s. Even if you did a bit of stuff before, if you grinded a bit, maybe 33 or so. And then you are cooked on Alliance, If you go to Strangathorn Vale, you can't level because you can only do a couple of quests. Then you have to go to Hillspread. Hillspread's also a bit cooked. And then you have to basically do Scarlet Monastery to get like levels in. Everything else doesn't really work. Hillspread doesn't have enough quests. Strangathorn is way too high of a level. I think Horde has a similar problem at level 50-ish. I think it's the same for Horde. So 40 to 50, I think, is really annoying for Horde. For Alliance, it's better. But for Alliance, it's like as 30 to 40 is really terrible, I would say. So that's where they need to give us new stuff. For example, Dustwell Homage. Yeah, alts. Definitely, like alts. We should have stuff we can do on our main, which can allow us to level alts faster, I would say. Sadly, no option to speed up on alts. Yeah, I think that is something which is great. Let me read through this. Outland would kill Old World. So I think Outland is, if they add it, they should just make it, let's say, more grounded in this case. But the thing is, in Outland, you can already get stuff which you could also get in the Old World. I think these newer zones, there should not be something which is just complete endgame zones, where everyone will just chill in Outland and that's it. That's not something that should happen. I think they should add the new stuff in Outland and also have endgame stuff in the Old World as well, so people are all over the place, basically. To be honest, when it comes to the level cap, it's a bit hard to explain. I think players should be able to continue and expand the new talents. Yeah, I think there should be something new they add, which makes the experience a bit better, like maybe after level 60, where you can maybe progress your character a bit. But yeah. But you need one level 60 encourage. Yeah. I think making more alts, it should be encouraged. Not only, you would just boost your character. I think boosting, like Blizzard has like a really hard stance against it. But something I don't really understand is that they nerf boosting, for example, they remove it. And then, I don't know, do they think people are just going to level their characters in themselves? No, people will just not do it instead. They will just not quest it. They will just not level their characters instead. So I think it doesn't really work. There should be newish stuff. I think, for example, dungeon leveling should not really be nerfed, but questing should just get buffed instead. So what I liked in Rev is, in Rev Classic, is where they added something where you actually got like badges if you completed like a whole quest chain, which was kind of a cool system. Or you got like some boxes if you completed quests where you could get some consumables. At the start, it was like really broken, but yeah, that was also pretty fun. See, power leveling is fine. That's not a thing anymore. People have like 20k max. Part of the RPG. Yeah, something I really don't like, you know? People talk about this like, I think I saw like a Solheim video, stuff like that, where people say, yeah, we should have level caps, you know? Like in SOD, we should have like level 20 first phase and then level 30 or level 40 second phase. I'm thinking, guys, are you a bit deranged or what? Like, are we going to have the same in SOD? Like in SOD, I played first phase, leveled my character to 25, did the raid like once or twice, and I was not even the fastest leveler at all. You know, I was just chilling, and I got bored so fast. It was crazy, and I could not level my character. You know, that was one thing I like in vanilla. You have the freedom. You can do some leveling. You can do some professions. You can do whatever. Like, nah. SOD level caps were not fine. Definitely not. Like, there were so many times where I just wanted to go and level a bit. For example, if you play, let's say, a warrior, you can't farm in SOD. Okay, in SOD it was fine because it was, I agree with that. But we should not have level caps in Classic Plus. Like, let people level. If people are faster than others, it's whatever. We don't need to have like, oh, I have 60 jobs or whatever, stuff like that. I can't level as fast as other people. You know, that's not something that should exist. Like, let's not restrict people, I would say. So I don't really like level caps. Yes, definitely. Should there be more class-specific quests are cool. You know, you do level 30 quests for warriors. You get like your berserker stance. You fight that big guy, you know, in Ratchet. That's fine. Yeah, I think level caps for it made sense in SOD to try it out. You know the reason why they did a level caps in SOD? I know 100% the reason. It is because there was like a really popular private server at that time. Chromicraft. They kind of introduced that, you know. They had that level cap system. It was also a classic server, and it got really popular, really popular. Kind of right after that, you know, in SOD they did the same. There was a kind of announced SOD a bit afterwards. So I'm pretty sure someone on Blizzard saw that, how popular that was, and then added that into Blizzard. Blackwing Lair class weapons were nice. Blackwing Lair had class weapons? What? Am I stupid? When did they have class weapons? Huh? Ah, you mean in SOD or what? Okay, I didn't play Blackwing Lair in SOD, so I was thinking maybe you meant trinkets, but yeah. I think this is cool. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think this is cool. We should have class-specific quests. This is 100% the things that should exist. Like, especially stuff you can, again, everything they add outside of raids is good. Like, which you can do as, you know, it's definitely fine. This is really funny, you know, because you have, like, should there be more epic questlines? You have Rockdilla, and then you have Scepter of the Shifting Sands, which is, like, these two quests are universes apart, you know? This is one quest chain that has, like, I don't know, 20, 30 quests or so, and it requires raids, full raids and stuff like that. And then you have Rockdilla, which is, like, basically a solo quest, which is, like, so funny, actually. I think, yes, definitely. Yeah, this is definitely not the same. I think we should have both, definitely. We should have, like, overall, we should have more big quests to do. Yeah, Scepter was cool. One thing I don't like, however, this should not be for legendary weapons, you know? Like, legendary weapons should not work like this. For example, Shadowmourne. I don't like the Shadowmourne quest because everyone can get Shadowmourne, and that's stupid. We should have, like, what I like is where you have like a rare drop that makes it legendary. Like, legendary should be rare. It's kind of in the name, you know? So you have a rare drop, and then with that rare drop, you can do a quest, for example. Like, for example, yeah, Thunder Fury, for example, is one. That's how it works. You can get cool weapons. The sword was nice for warriors if you're not rank 14. Yeah, that's cool, actually. I like that, to be honest. Like, the rank 14 thing, they need to change that as well. You know, not everyone, that you don't use rank 14 weapons for the majority of the game. Yeah, that's cool. I liked when everyone, AQ came out, or the AQ patch came out, and everyone was in Silphus farming. That was cool. Yeah, that's cool. I like the whole event. There should be way more events, like there should be maybe even more weekly events, like big events, stuff like that. Uh, like on a special day, whatever. Like maybe a demon invasion, every single week where you have to kill some demons, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean that's something that would happen definitely. But I don't like this kind of system where like everyone can get the legendary, and that legendary is also basically built into your character performance. For example, in Rev, um, Fury Warriors were kind of expected with Shadowmon damage. It was already balanced with Shadowmon in mind, kind of. So I don't really like that. AQ40 mount, yeah. I mean, oh yeah, thanks you for the follow as well. Ah, you switched over. Yeah, I mean you are right with that. It reduced the degen. I'm actually not really sure, to be honest. I think obviously, like if you're a casual guild, you can get a drop, and then you can also get the legendary. Um, with Shadowmon, I think obviously more degen guilds got Shadowmon way quicker as well. So because it's basically guaranteed, they do that. They have also splits for people. How many like Shadowmons you can get as well. Which ones are following the stripes? How you'd like changes to Classic Plus to old raids? Okay, this is not the thing we need. Like, okay, people talk about this all the time, where they want to get, like, if raids are too hard, people are going to quit, stuff like that, and so on and so forth. In Classic, it's kind of the opposite, like raids are so easy, people get like really bored, for example, for Molten Core. I think that is just way too easy, actually. So this should be changed 100%. Tune them as needed for any changed player power, but keeps the spirit of original raid. Add more complex, difficult mechanics or similar. I think I want this, actually. Yeah, progression is, I think, I don't know, like Blizzard is really, really against progression. Which was so interesting, in Rev Classic, it was this opposite mindset. It was so crazy. And I think it was also really based of Blizzard, in Rev Classic. In Rev Classic, they released Ulduar. Ulduar was nerfed in the original release, like really quickly. For example, you had this boss XT whatever constructor. I think it is. Wait, which boss is it? I think it's the second boss. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the second boss in Ulduar. And in Rev Classic, they said, okay, so we are going to do this. This raid was pretty nerfed pretty quickly. We have some old data. We have the original version of this boss, and that's what you are going to fight. And that boss fight, the hard mode, had I think 52 million HP or so, and it never ever got beaten by any guild. Like it is still an unbeaten boss. And then they nerfed him. I think they halved his HP in hard mode. Not the normal version. So it was crazy, that they actually went ahead and said, okay, this boss like was insanely stupid hard, but whatever. People, we are just going to release it like this, which was crazy. They actually went and looked at the old data and tried to add this in the game, which I think was really cool, to be honest. Obviously, no one could. Yeah, XT actually. Yeah, XT. He was insane on hard mode. No one killed him. Like no one, not even the best skills in the game killed him. I think he was unbeaten. Like no one, I think no one killed him. Hard mode before he got nerfed. They halved his HP basically in hard mode. In SOD, they also did something in Sunken Temple where it was hard. It was killable, but I'm pretty sure no one killed him. But I could be wrong about this. He had like it was only up for a really short time. He had like insane amounts of HP. Yeah, but I don't think they killed him. I think even like the really really hard like really top guilds, you know, rank 1, I think Progress and such didn't even kill him. Same thing in Sunken Temple in SOD, you know, when they released it. Progress and such, they also like wiped a lot. Yeah, basically, yeah, they nerfed him really quickly. But I think this was pretty insane, you know. That is the complete opposite from Blizzard today, where they are releasing raids, for example, in TBC, already post nerf. Phase 1, you know, Karazhan, Gruul, Mag, post nerf. It's instant instead, you know, instant. No short time where we can do the stuff. Yeah, Sunken Temple was like also really insane. I mean, it was a new raid, you know, they had to tweak it, stuff like that. But yeah, I think that is actually the more healthy mindset. Like we should have that kind of thing, because lots of classic players, you know, people say, okay, this is like really like we want to have like a really easy game, stuff like that, and so on and so forth. This is not really healthy for the game because, for example, in phase 1 already, you had these easy raids, and after a couple of weeks, people got like bored, and that's where you will lose your players. Yeah, next was also kind of the same thing here. For example, next in Rev, like lots of people talk about this, you know, where they will compare Nex and Rev with SSC TK in 2021 TBC, where like they were still, okay, lots of people left because of that, it was just too hard, stuff like that. And then they will mention, yeah, and look at Nex, Remas and Rev, the easiest rate, you had the most amount of people. But then they don't check the graph, you know? They only check at the beginning, but they don't see how many people left after a couple of weeks, because it was just that boring. Like if raids are really boring, and you have like no challenge, people will also quit. Yeah, I think Scarlet Enclave is a good kind of metric they should use. Maybe not so for the beginning raids. So I think we should have maybe more of a progression thing, or we should have harder raids, we should have more easier raids. Not every raid needs to be insanely difficult, because people need to catch up as well. But yeah, for example, original Molten Core doesn't work. It is basically a raid with lots of trash mobs, and then you have some trash mobs which are just bigger and have one mechanic. That's the whole raid, you know? That doesn't work. Like, I think having to do that for multiple like weeks, multiple months, it's not working. Even if you have new specs, even if you have new talents, people will do it like a couple of times and then they will get bored again. So yeah, new raids, definitely. Yes, proposed raids that already exist in the world, plus create some new interesting ones. Yeah, I think this is really simple. Yeah, so you can. Yeah, speedrunning also doesn't really work in that raid. Like you can't do it fast. Like, the thing is, if a raid is really boring and easy, people will automatically try to do it faster and faster because there's no progression. You can't really do anything else. There's no progression in the raid. The raid is pretty boring. The mechanics are boring. It is like a really long raid. So what people will try to do is they will just want to get through it. You know, they want to get it done. They want to finish it really fast, and you can do this in one core as well. It's yeah. Sword cut haircut. Bro, my character's bald. You had to. You should have used the macro. You know, there was like a macro for a short time where you could just re-roll your character basically for some reason. I don't know how that actually worked, but yeah, I didn't use it, but some people did. I saw it, and yeah, they kept their look. So yeah, this should definitely be a thing, 100%. Like we should have new raids. We should also make like new interesting content like Scarlet Enclave. I think this was really great. I wish like SOD would be way more interesting if they just kept doing this, you know, Scarlet Enclave, but not only like one raid and not all like I think they wasted I think a lot of time with doing level up dungeons and stuff like that. I think they should have done just more work on stuff like this instead, like Karazhan Crypts, Scarlet Enclave, stuff like that would have been more nice. Okay, player. Should Classic Plus have new playable races? If so, which of the following would be acceptable? Check all that apply. Any races from future WoW expansions? No. New playable races that already exist in Azeroth? Yeah. Continue races I've never seen. I want new races, but not every race from future WoW expansions. So the races I want is, we need ogres, like ogres, or whatever you want to call them. They need to exist. We need goblins, but the classic goblins, not the cataclysm ones, you know? The based, kinda ugly goblins from classic, which have these purple like eyes. I want to have them. That is really good. Murlocs, yeah, I mean Murlocs, yeah, Murlocs would be cool, to be honest. Murlocs would be fine. Yeah, Murlocs is cool. I want Dark Iron Dwarfs. I want Dark Iron Dwarfs. If they add Dark Iron Dwarfs, I will play it. That will be instead of human. 100%. They add them. They are so cool, you know? Like, and not the one from retail. I want the classic ones. I think this is really important. These races should look like classic, not like retail. No, stuff we already have. Like, for example, if they add goblins, don't add the ones from Cataclysm, because they also would look like really wrong, you know? For example, whenever they add a new mount to the game, it looks really out of place most of the time, because it's so polished, it is so like round, let's say, like really smooth, and it doesn't really fit classic. So give us some of, oh yeah, Nagas maybe. I mean, Nagas were kind of planned. I don't know what else could they add. What races else exist? I think these are the important ones, I would say. Yeah, high elves. Yeah, true. I think high elves are also important. But the problem is, how are they going to add that for the factions, you know? So let's say we get high elves. High elves would be an alliance race, 100%, or else it doesn't make any sense. Ogres would be in horde race, probably. Goblins would be probably in horde race. I mean, no, I think goblins would be neutral, actually, to be honest. I don't know, why are goblins horde in Cataclysm? I don't get it. Like, aren't goblins neutral? They just care about gold, no? Yeah, maybe. I kind of want to get also the. I think we should get different variations of how characters look like. You know, there is, for example, that model in Dead Mines of these like rogues that look like way different, you know, than the ones we have in game. I think it would be cool if you could look like this, for example. A completely new race? Man, I don't. Yeah, ogres don't exist, I think. Even in future expansions, they don't exist. You know? Maybe you could get the beta ogres as well. They look really funny. Now, these ones. They look like so derp. These ones. They look so stupid. I want ogres. 100%. Yeah, this is like, they look so stupid as well. I think we should have, however, options where we can make our character look a bit different as well, you know? Like where we can have like different models. Because there's like, there are some human models which look like way different as well, which are from Warcraft. Like for example, the pirates that exist in Strangathorn. It would be cool to kind of look like this as well, I think. But yeah, like what else doesn't exist? I mean, you have Orakoas. Oh, I want the broken ones. I want the broken ones as a race as well. Is he? Yeah, he's like really short. They probably increased like the size of this ogre, I guess. I don't know what I really did. But I want. There's an old human guard model. Oh, I didn't even check that. I would have to check that in game actually. Yeah, but that's what I mean. You know, it would be cool kind of to have that as well. I think also broken ones are cool. I like Akama, you know. He looks, I think, pretty badass. I think they look cooler than Dranas, to be honest. Like if that would be a playable race, you know, it could be a thing. You know, in TBC Anniversary, in TBC you can already kinda play them. There's like a quest item you can use inside of Tempest Keep, and then you look like a broken one, which is cool. That would be pretty interesting. But that would be the races. So high elves definitely, I would say. So ogres, goblins. What else? Maybe broken ones. Then you have like two of each would be probably. I think that's already a lot though. Maybe not broken ones. Would be interesting. I think they could add broken ones, and there could be shamans. I would say, and they could be shamans and maybe dwarves. And on horde side, undead paladins. I think. Yeah, ogre paladins maybe. I don't know. Should Classic Plus have new classes? Ooh, okay. No, I want new classes. I want completely new classes, you know? Can I select both? No, okay. Hmm. Hmm. You mean these giant dragonsons? Yeah, actually true, you're right. That could be also cool to have as a class. You know, I think I know what you mean. You know, I mean, yeah, true actually. Uh, Also, I think that's also the second boss in the raid. Has also the model like that. Yeah, that could be cool as well. I think we should have probably like we should probably have like neutral faction stuff, like goblins, for example, maybe, or just keep it like two faction based. But I don't know. Like goblins are actually they should not be horde. To be honest, they should be neutral because they don't care about like factions. They care only about gold. Maybe they could make some law about it. I don't know. But yeah, here new classes 100%. I don't know why they didn't gave us Blade Master warriors. You know, like why does it not exist? That's so stupid. I think in there's some kind of beta stuff. I forgot where it was mentioned, but basically, if you had a race class combination, you had like also kind of a different name, and you had kind of a unique kind of spec. That was something they tried. For example, if you play, you know, a dwarf priest, you get fear ward, and that was something they planned for every single combination actually. Which I think that would be interesting, you know, maybe to have. Like maybe you play an orc warrior, and then you can have like blade master stuff or whatever. Would be kind of interesting to be honest to see, but I'm not sure. But yeah, we need new classes, you know. A demon hunter would be cool, you know, original kind of look of demon hunter. Maybe even in a later patch, let's say they make like new patches. We can go to Outland. We can play a demon hunter. Um, which looks like the ones you see in TBC, you know, the ones with the glaives and such. Death Knight. So the original concept, I don't know if people remember this, but the original concept of Death Knight was actually you had to have a max level character, and then you had to sacrifice that one, and then you got to play as a Death Knight. That was the original concept actually they planned. But Death Knights are like really different, I think, in Warcraft. I think in Warcraft there are more like casters, I'm pretty sure. You know, more like necromancers instead of being like a melee class. So I'm not sure how they will add that, to be honest. I don't know, I'm a bit I don't like Death Knights that much, to be honest. Uh in like Rev. I'm not sure. But yeah, this would be an easy choice. Like two classes, Demon Hunter, Death Knight, and then also maybe give some like completely new classes, I guess, which didn't exist before. Oh yeah, race class combos, you know? This is interesting. New origin combinations are iconic, don't touch this one, only stuff in the lore. Yeah, I think this is good. This should not happen, you know? Like, oh wait, what is some weird class race choice you could make? Uh, I mean, I think, I don't know, maybe goblin shamans or something would be pretty stupid, I guess. Or like orc paladin. Yeah, evokers. I don't want evokers. Evokers also look like so stupid as well. So yeah, just that can just go away. I mean the not the class, the race. What other drug fear? Yeah. I don't know. I didn't really play evokers. I don't think we need that. I think we should probably build the current classes we have in the game. You know, they should be more complex. Um, and then we could also have like more classes in that regard as well, but on not a lot, I would say. Maybe like with more patches. I think Demon Hunter would be really interesting to have though, but not the retail version, you know? We should have something which is more akin to more classic, like more grounded. Like no flying. Okay, maybe flying. No, not flying. No gliding. Gliding would be fun. Actually, I want kind of gliding. I think that would be kind of fun to have. Imagine you could glide, you know, and you can just, I don't know, do some weird exploration stuff, Demon Hunters. Would be cool. But yeah. Ooh, this is interesting. Should Horde have paladins and alliance shamans? Ooh. Yeah, free parachute. That's something I think yes. Okay, you can, you know, there can be some arguments about lore and whatever, but I think it's necessary. Um, I think restricting that didn't really work. I like it how they did it in TBC. You know, they gave it both. You have like shamans on alliance, you have paladins on horde. I think that was like the perfect thing they added. So this should be something 100% they should add. We just want to. I mean, it's true, you know. I also, hey yo, I want bloodlust. I want bloodlust in vanilla. If bloodlust doesn't exist in vanilla, I don't know. Something is going wrong here. Nah, give us bloodlust. Bloodlust is so fun, man. We don't have haste. I don't like how you play warrior in TBC. You know, you get like all of the haste buffs. It feels like you are Speedy Gonzalez. You know, if you haste. That doesn't exist in vanilla. You just have Rent, and you have Imperial Demolisher, which you can never ever get. It's ass. I want, you know, Bloodlust is cool. Just buff the HP of the bosses also. And then we can, like, you know, really suck them down. Like Bloodlust, we go apeshit. It would be fun. Maybe a mini Bloodlust. Maybe not the insane one like in TBC. Maybe a mini one. Or maybe one that has like a 30-minute CD or so. I don't know. Like Bloodlust is cool, man. I think I don't know, playing WoW without Bloodlust doesn't really feel right. Yeah, bro, it's the same, you know? The heroism of Bloodlust, the same thing. It's just a different name. Should classes be reworked? New base ability and spells class role combinations. Ooh. No vanilla classes have distinct classes. Guys. Like who's I am a TBC Andy. Bro, TBC is already Classic Plus. Man. That's what I said in SOD, you know, every time SOD, I looked at the new patches, they added new ref abilities to like warriors. I was saying, why do we play this? Just release TBC, it's already Classic Plus. I mean, it's true. Nah. Guys, that's wrong. I mean, okay, TBC has some problems, you know, I get that. I can agree with you guys. But it is, you know, it fixed a lot of stuff. For example, Red Paladins. You know, Red Paladins don't exist in vanilla. They are useless. And TBC, they are actually something that you can play. But yeah. So I think generally the design should be vanilla with some TBC stuff. Go away from Rev. you know, ignore Rev. Rev is just doesn't exist. And then we also change some stuff with the other classes, like mages or so, you know, so they don't only press like one button. But haste is fun, man. Haste does exist in vanilla. What you are talking about, guy? You know, we have Kiss of the Spider, we have Imperial Demolisher, we have the haste enchants, you know, like the head 1%, leg 1%, hands 1%. Rend exists, haste exists, but it's Bloodlust just doesn't, and we also don't have like we don't have DST, that also doesn't exist. But it's fun, man. Haste is so fun. Haste is easily the most fun stat in the game. Like you attack really, really fast. It's fun. I would say it's even more fun than armor penetration. I mean, you can say it's not a classic mechanic. It's kind of true. But yeah, why not? I mean, classic's the only one where Bloodlust doesn't exist. And I think it's just fun, you know, you press Bloodlust, bam, you just go bam on the boss. Yeah, but who cares if it's not just classic, you know? Like, we don't need to be, I think we don't need to be in that kind of mindset where it needs to be completely classic, you know? So else we could just play classic era. So that's the thing. And again, we also don't have haste potions. Yeah, I mean, there are so many haste things already also in vanilla, you know? You also have like Flurry. Like, Flurry, for example, is stronger in vanilla as well, you know? It's, I think, 25%. In TBC, it's 15%. Or it was 35%, 25%, something like that. I don't remember the exact numbers. Armor pen, it exists. But yeah, you are right. You're right with that. With the debuffs, with improved exposed armor, it is almost 0. I think it is around 60 armor or so. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, Bloodlust is also from a class. You know? Yeah, draw ratio as well. But yeah, whatever. We can discuss this as well. Should classes be reworked, new base abilities, spells, class roll combinations? Okay, this first one is cope. Like, classic, this is probably the biggest problem in vanilla, you know? Classes just don't work at all. You have one tank, you have basically 2 DPS classes, if we are honest here. Like, even mages don't really exist, to be honest. Okay, they kind of exist with Ignite and such, but that's kind of later. But mostly it's warriors, and mostly it's just only warriors. And like rogues, and that's it, basically. Yeah, the tank with no shield is also so insane. I mean, you have feral druids, you know, they also don't have a shield. But yeah, this is complete cope. Like, people can argue all day, but this is like, no. The classes need to be 100% changed. We need real protection warriors. We need prot paladins. We need feral tanks, you know. That needs to be a thing. Mages need to press more than one button. Warlocks need to press more than one button. Red paladins need to be a thing, a real thing. You know, hunters, pets should scale. Basically, all of the TBC changes. Then it works. No, we are not the issue. Bro, if you play Red Paladin, it's just ass. It doesn't matter if you played in 2004 or now. It's just terrible. Like what do you press on a Red Paladin? Like, back in the day in 2004, you know, people didn't even know about seal twisting mostly. So let's say you play Red Paladin in a raid, compared to Fury Warrior, okay? On Fury Warrior, you have Bloodthirst, you have Whirlwind, you can also do Heroic Strike. And on a red, what do you do on a Red Paladin, for example? Like, what is your button? Like, you press your seal, you press your Judgment, and that's it. There's nothing else you can press. Like, you can't press your Exorcism, because, you know, no undead mobs, unless you are in Nexramas. You can't really use Consecration. It just doesn't exist. Like, you don't have buttons most of the time. And that's a lot of the classes are that. But you only want to press highs. Yeah, but you don't have buttons on a mage as well. Let's say we do Molten Core. You know, let's say we do Molten Core on a mage. You know, we want to play Fire Spec. We can't. It doesn't exist, you know? Like, we are going to do 0 damage. Like, legitimate 0 damage. So you don't even have a lot. I don't even know. Yeah, okay, you could... Like, what buttons mages have as damage buttons, even? Yeah, I mean... It's just kind of cooked, I would say. I mean, you could make the argument for Warlock, because Warlocks, you know, they just spam basically Shadow Bolt, but they have more stuff actually they could use, like dots and such. So it's a bit different. But I think mages, I think they don't even have another damage button instead of Frostbolt in Frostspec. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, yeah, the fire probably. But I think even 2004 people realized, okay, fire does no damage in raids. Some quality of life as totemic recall, projection, warlock summoning gate, combo point persistence would be nice. Some new spells that modernize ability rotations. I think we should go here. One thing I don't want to have is I don't want to have Divine Storm on Red Paladins. That should not exist in vanilla. Definitely not. Because, yeah, it is a rare ability. It just doesn't, like, Red Paladins are not an AoE class, for example. That should not exist. What else do we have? So yeah, Crusader Strike, give it to Paladins, 100%. This is an ability. You, imagine, imagine that. Imagine you main a Red Paladin in Classic, and you do Scarlet Monastery, and you see the mobs do Crusader Strike. An ability you don't have, which level 30 mobs can use, and you can't. They have more abilities than you as a Red Paladin. It's crazy. Yeah, Warlock, I mean, yeah, they can put Curse on AFK. Their damage on, yeah, I mean, you're right. Kind of, I guess. But yeah, it's crazy, and then people like argue sometimes and see, yeah, red balance and such, like we shouldn't change them, stuff like that. I mean, ask Blizzard, why is consecration in the holy tree as well? It's so weird. I don't know if it's just crazy. Go crazy with it. So one thing I don't really want is we get stuff like an SOD, where we have like really insane kind of specs which don't really make a lot of sense. I think stuff should be grounded, I also don't want to see deep wounds from Rev on warriors. Like, don't add that. Like, we don't need that. We don't need deep wound stacking. It's ass of a mechanic. It's just stupid. So that should also not exist. Like, imagine you get like a random buff on a Sunday or so where you don't even know that actually they sneak buff your class on a random day, and suddenly like you're bleeding suddenly a lot of damage for some reason. If they are off-tank AoE class, yeah, I mean, yeah, I will go. I mean, we can do that, right? Like talents should basically be like that. Obviously, we should have maybe new talents, stuff like that. But the general thing should stay the same. It should not be like in Cataclysm where you can't choose your other spec or like your other talent spec unless you put enough talent points in one spec already, which is just stupid. Like, we should have a lot of freedom with talents, definitely. I don't know if we should get like more talent points. I think we should have like talent changes, like really useless talents. I think, for example, the survival talent, the last one, I forgot what it was. Like, that one's completely useless. What else exists? There's so many useless talents, everywhere. It's crazy. So they should really change, basically. Not everything needs to be like really, really viable and really strong. Definitely not. But we should have like talent changes all over the place. I don't know, wait. I need to check this actually. Classic talent calculator. So let's check this. Oh, this is also something I don't like, We get like the SOD stuff here. Stupid. Yeah, Wyvern's thing. Man, this is crazy. Oof. Oh, so there's so many cool melee abilities here, so I think this should be maybe a thing, maybe like a melee hunter. But I don't want this to be stronger than Fury, okay? Like, I don't know who came to that idea, for example, in SOD, to make this a stronger Fury spec, you know? Stronger than Fury Warriors for like 2 phases or so. This was so stupid. Like, you have a really good range spec already, like Beast Mastery, and then, oh, let's also add like a really strong melee spec. Yeah, why not? This was so insane. But I think this should be viable. This should maybe bring like a unique debuff to the raid, I would say, like a really unique one. And then it also should be like viable. Like 2 hands, I think. Maybe something which incorporates melee weaving, stuff like that would be fun. No, not the SOD change. Oh yeah, we have this I think here as well. Not SOD melee hunters. SOD melee hunters were really brain dead to play, I think, and also really broken. Yeah, but it was better in phase 2, and it was I think also slightly better in phase 3. Yeah, maybe later not. Yeah, because of the armor, but it was really brain dead to play, I think. And they already had like a good ranged spec. I think Beast Mastery was like Wars, however, in Noma. Like this spec was like Wars, so that's why they changed it. But still, you know, I think this should be like viable option though. This should be like, you know, you have Fury and you have Arms Warrior. This should be kind of like that, you know, like a good off spec, which is like different in this case. I think that's how they should do it. But yeah, I think all kind of tennis specs should be kind of interesting. Okay, maybe yeah. I didn't play much of Phase 3, to be honest. I mean, yeah, but yeah, I mean, Warrior was like always kind of strong later. Okay, of the following, what is the most important change needed to raid buffs in Classic Plus? Phase 4. Okay. You want to pick multiple, but only pick your biggest concern. Yeah, but I don't mean in SOD, you know. I mean like in TBC, for example, right now, where you have like Fury being relevant, you have Arms being relevant, but Arms brings like a really unique buff, even though it does like less damage. That's I think kind of how Survivor should probably play. Only pick your biggest concern. Most important trade. Raid buffs should should cost less mana. Raid buffs should no longer require reagents. Nah, they should still require reagents. Raid buffs should be single cast raid wide. What? Raid buffs should be. This is stupid. Like this pissed me off so much in Rev. You know, where you had Blessing of Might, and suddenly that didn't stack with Battle Shot anymore. And I was thinking, what? And we had the talent, you know, in Rev as Fury Warriors, which was Rampage, which was raid wide 5% crit, and Feral Druids had the same buff. And we had, for example, Arms Warrior had like a Blood Frenzy, like in TBC, but Combat Rogues also brought that for some reason. This is like so ass, you know? Like, this should not be, this is definitely not. We should have different classes, should bring different buffs, and they should stack. So you can actually, this is more fun, you know? Because, oh, we have the spec, which is maybe not that strong, but he can bring this and this, and maybe as an off spec, he can use this. This is more fun, I would say. Just let us have like, I don't know, this and this buff, this and this buff, like it is kind of in TBC, I would say. I mean, it's the same for Classic as well. You can stack multiple buffs. Like you can stack Might and Battle Shot, for example. It works. I think this should be a thing. No, wait. This depends though. This question refers to 1 hour long buffs, not paladin blessings. Ah, okay, 1 hour long buffs. I mean, it's not okay, not paladin blessings. What is 1 hour long and is not a blessing? Fortitude, maybe? And Mark of the Wild? Mark of the Wild is, I think, 30 minutes, though, no? They went for the bring the player, not the class mentality. Yeah, but that's ass, I think. Like, that's just more boring. I like, making the comms, because you can also still bring the player. There can be a good player of the class, you know? Yeah, it's just, I don't think it really works. Yeah, that's what I mean, you know? You just stacked Warlocks, for example, also. So it didn't really work. Or you stacked Assassination Rogues or Death Knights. Yeah, that's what people did, basically. Raid Buff should be combined. No, leave it as it was in vanilla. No opinion. I think Fortitude should probably be raid wide. You know, you buff it once and then that's it. I don't think it should be like where it takes like 20 minutes every time to buff everyone up. That's like just really kind of unnecessary, I think. It's just unnecessary time we don't really need. So I think this should be changed, I would say. So that's like the only thing I would maybe change here. But otherwise, yeah, it's whatever, to be honest. Should talent specializations be reworked? Somewhat, but only for light touch. Absolutely, I want to see reworks across the board. I think what should happen here is with talents. So they should kind of look what was the original idea, what they planned. You know, for example, we have like this spec here, survival. You know, this is a melee spec mostly. So that was kind of the idea, but it doesn't work. So this just doesn't work in the game. So instead, like for example in SOD, what they did is in SOD they said, "Oh, you have these like specs, which were working like in that kind of way. Ah, let's just add rev things. Why not? You know, let's just do that instead." And I was thinking, yo, what? This is not the smart way to do it. Instead, try to make this work. You know, that's what I would recommend. We don't need complete overhauls with the classes, I would say. We need like complete reworks where they are a completely different class. We should see what was their plan, what was their idea of this class, why didn't this work, what can we add to make this work. You know, that's what they should do instead. So, for example, Red Paladins, it just doesn't work. What was the design idea? Yeah, we have like two-handed Red Paladin here. They bring some buffs, debuffs, and such. And what are they missing? Okay, they don't really have a lot of buttons to press. Add Crusader Strike. That's it. Yeah, but not like, oh, we have like Red Paladins. They use seals. Seals are pretty short. You know, they need to like maybe reapply them, stuff like that. That is something that is important. Let's just not do this. So for example, in SOD, what they did is let's just give them a proc which procs exorcism all the time, and that's basically your build. So all of this kind of gets ignored, and all of the seal stuff, which is weird. Go to Druid balance tree. Okay, wait. Oh yeah, this is boomkins are so terrible as well. Hey, man, this is insane. Also, look at the SOD changes here. Yeah, this is sad. This is also something that should get changed. I think what is the kind of design direction of Balance Druid? Like lots of nature damage, I would say. It is hard, you know. It is difficult sometimes to see what was their idea with these classes in vanilla. Like what was the idea behind like a Balance Druid, for example? Okay, we have like this chicken in this case who does some nature damage instead, nature spell damage. And yeah, definitely that is important. Like all specs should be playable. Like it is in TBC. People say I'm a TBC Andy, but TBC fixed this. You know, you can basically play every single class, mostly. It's the second row. Second one to the right. This one? Use the mana cost for shapeshifting. What? Ah, okay, yeah. Ah, Omen, yeah, true. Okay, this is weird. I don't know how they could make that work, to be honest. I think, okay, this is kind of a weird idea, okay? But maybe they should add something where you have a lot of auto attack range for like 1 or 2 attacks if you do some casts, you know? Otherwise, I can't really, I can't really see how this will work. Yeah, I see this. Yeah, 10% damage instead. Everything. Okay, this is just physical attacks. And what did they do here? And non-instant spell cast. Also proc Omen of Clarity. Yeah, okay, this makes more sense. Yeah, I mean, like, this melee thing in the balance tree, I don't know, this is like weird, to be honest. This should not be a thing here, to be honest. I don't know what their idea was. Like, why do we have this melee thing here? Man, this is insane. You know, you look at the Fury tree instead, you don't really have this. Like, everything kind of makes sense. And then you look at some other classes, and you have some weird shit here for some reason. I think priests also have some melee stuff, I'm pretty sure. Okay, this, for example, like, you know, increases your armor for some reason. This is so strange. Uh, Power infusion. Yeah, it is crazy. Ref and stuff. Yeah, you can see it here. Yeah, non-instant spells cast. So basically, yeah, ref and such. Makes sense. So yeah, this is something that could probably just change. This would be an easy fix. But yeah, Boomkin has like more problems. They have like mana problems. Booming voice. Uh, Okay. This is kind of boring, to be honest. This should be. I mean, okay, it reduces the rage of battle show by 20%. I mean, yeah, okay, it makes sense, but I don't know. Yeah, I know. I'm looking at it, but the change is not really that insane, to be honest. It should be more, like it should be more stuff, you know. It's a thing I don't know. But this goes kind of against that classic plus direction. I kind of wanted to see in SOD stuff like a Blade Master Warrior, I would say. Ah, it is free. Oh yeah, true, you're right. Wait. Oh yeah, 100%. Okay, that is more interesting. True. What do you mean with UW? Yeah, okay, but yeah, this is not such a big change. Is there anything else? For example, this talent, you know? Did this talent not get changed? Like, this is useless. Blood Craze. What else exists here? What else is kind of useless? Okay, this is something you don't get. This is something you can't get. Like, this needs to be changed, by the way, you know? Like, these talents need to be combined. Because you can't, I think you can't even get this. I'm pretty sure. Wait, let me check. Oh, we do some warrior stuff again. What a surprise. I will just pick something randomly here. Yeah, you know? That doesn't even work. Like, you can't even get into here, basically. You have to get some weird kind of talents. Ah, again, now you can do this. I think this needs to be changed. This talent in general is not really strong, to be honest. Yeah, booming voice is better. Like, this buffed version 100%. This was already a talent which got, I think, was also better, but while leveling 100% than Unbridled Wrath. But yeah, you would probably pick improved demo shot anyway while you're leveling. Did they change anything here? No. So here, you know, here's like this is the tree which needs to be worked on for warriors. Protection warriors, this needs to be the tanking tree. 100%. All weapon mastery should be combined. It's just bloat. I don't know. It's you know you mean this? A sword spec is really cool. I love sword spec. It's fun. I think maybe we can do something more interesting here instead of just giving crit. I think axes maybe should have something more interesting. But yeah, sword spec is cool. I'd say. But the rest, I don't know. But what else exists? Rogues. Okay, rogues is mostly fine. I never checked shamans. I think warlocks. I guess demonology could be interesting. Yeah, warlocks need some love as well, like affliction, stuff like that. It's yeah, so many talent specs just don't work in vanilla. You know, like it's crazy. Like boomkins don't work, red paladins don't work at all. You have so many dead specs. Like then after that you have like dead talent specs. Protection warrior don't work. I think affliction is something you don't even use at all. Probably priest has some issue. Every single talent spec has some issues. Yeah, they combined it. It's like this is pretty stupid. So like having this here, combining it is just better. Absolutely. I want to see reworks across the board. I think so. Yeah, I think this is just that. Like touch is not enough. I would say it needs more major reworks. Should a fourth new talent specialization be added for classes like Guardian Druid, Tank, Shaman? Oof. Maybe. I'm not sure. I kind of want to have Blade Master Warrior, to be honest. I don't know if that would work, though. It could be interesting. The problem is it is always so risky with Blizzard. You know, you never know if they are going to like actually add something which is like really grounded, which works in vanilla. Probably not. Or they're just going to add something which just really feels out of place. So that's kind of the problem, I think, here. Yes, but limited to hybrid classes with roles that didn't get flushed out and blah, blah, blah. Definitely give everyone something new to look forward to trying. I'm not sure, to be honest. I think so. I think we should have. I think this could be interesting. Maybe, yeah, we need to make maybe classic a bit more like interesting as well. For example, let's say they just give us classic plus, they rework talents a bit, and then they just do the generic kind of stuff where we have like molten core, we have like all of the raids again, stuff like that. I think it's not enough. Like we need a bit more, I would say. So having like a fourth talent spec could be interesting. Uh, and talents are really fun, you know. I think this is cool. Like if you had like another talent spec, I would say. Maybe don't go all out. Like we don't need mage healers. That's I think too much. Tank shamans. I'm not sure. I mean, there are some things I think which shamans have. This one, for example, you know, I think they should do it. I think they should probably add like a spec for maybe tank shamans to be some because this was a thing they actually planned in vanilla. I would say because you know else this talent wouldn't exist. Like why is there a talent shield specialization on a shaman? So this fits the class. But for example, like healing mages, it's never existed. Like nothing here would suggest that that mages could heal. I would say so. So it could be a thing they could add, but then we would maybe have too many tanks. So I'm not sure. Should every specialization be competitive in both PVE and PvP? Uh, damn, that's insane though. Crazy. I mean, in 2019, people used deep protection as well. You know, can't be much difference. Equip the shield to not die. Crazy. But yeah, that must have been such a hassle. I mean, people also, you know, they tank stuff with protection paladins in vanilla. Even though that's like such, you know, you need to do way more than compared to just a warrior who can sit there in defensive stance and just press Bloodthirst on cooldown, and that's it, basically. And just press Heroic Strike. Heroic Strike, Bloodthirst, that's kind of it. And yeah, Revenge. But yeah, other tank classes have to do way more. It's insane. Vanilla players don't. No, not every spec needs to be perfectly raid PvP viable. Overtuning for PvE balance could break PvP and vice versa. Every spec should be viable in all scenarios. I don't think so. I think some specs are better for PvP, some specs are better for PvE. It kind of depends, actually. I think we should have something where, like, if you bring a spec, which is maybe not the best kind of spec to bring, it should maybe still bring something at least. But for example, like if you compare this to TBC again, we have like specs which are not viable in PvE, like Sublety Rogue and such, which you just can't use or stuff like that. So makes kind of sense. I think this is actually right, probably. You know, hybrid classes have some problems. They should definitely be viable in PvE. Like this hybrid approach, where one class can do multiple things, but can't excel in one thing, is just bad. For example, if you play a paladin, you only have Holy Parlor, which is Worth. Rest doesn't work. But I think that's mostly because the class is unfinished. Originally, in vanilla, in the beta, Paladin was way different. Like, they changed the class completely. They reworked it before release. And I think that's one of the reasons why Paladins they feel so unfinished. Because I'm pretty sure also in the beta, Paladins had Crusader Strike as well. And they worked really, really differently. I kind of forgot what they had. It was like really weird. They were completely different in the beta. They also had Judgment, but I forgot how it worked exactly. I think Judgment did no damage, and it was also like way different. It was kind of fun. Yeah, not really fun. I think it was like way different. So yeah, hard to say. Yeah, the dual spec, easy yes. I mean, I don't know how many times in 2021 when I played TBC, I would have wished I had like dual spec. This should 100% a thing. Should new? Yeah. We need new professions. I want the beta profession they had, like the survival one. I want that one. I want the survival profession. Maybe we should make maybe leveling should be even more difficult, actually, to be honest. I mean, this is more of a controversial thing, I think, probably. But originally, for example, in Duskwood, like Duskwood was like really, really, really dark. You know, it was like really dark. And in that area, you had a new profession that helped with that, where you could create torches, for example, which would help you. And I think that is really cool. I want that as well. You know, I want Duskwood to be like really, really dark, and it's also really kind of difficult, stuff like that. I think that's kind of cool. Like maybe leveling should be a bit more difficult, so you progressing like longer, stuff like that would be kind of cool. And you have to use these professions to help you while you are leveling. You know, I think that could be maybe interesting. But yeah, new professions, definitely, 100%. I don't know if they should add jewel crafting. Like, should we get gems? Should we get gems? I'm not sure, to be honest. But jewel crafting is pretty cool. So I don't know. I like jewel crafting. But it doesn't really fit with the vanilla gear, so. And then they have to add sockets to so many items, which is really difficult. Yeah, not sure. Maybe jewel crafting is too much work. Should professions be updated to have more endgame relevance, e.g., new recipes? Yeah, definitely. Like, I mean, professions are relevant endgame, you know, but some of them lose a lot of relevance. For example, leatherworking. Like leatherworking after Prebis, I think it's kind of useless. Um, Blacksmithing is more relevant because you have Lionheart, you know, but after that, it's also pretty useless, to be honest. Like, there's not a lot that you have after that. Elemental sharpening stones, you have that as well. What else? I mean, enchanting is always relevant, but it's also because you get like recipes. You only have like one recipe. You know, basically, like Crusader, and then chance. You have a couple of new ones in AQ and such. Actually, that's not. Yeah. So enchanting is actually relevant for longer. Alchemy is always relevant because of the consumables. But most of the stuff comes from phase one, and then it doesn't get any changes later. So I think, especially for blacksmithing, for professions where you craft items like gear, there should always be new recipes in every single raid, which you can get, where you can craft good stuff, which is strong. That should be 100% a thing. Like, for example, like red belt in TBC would be the equivalent. Stuff like that, I think, is really important. Yeah, I think that's it, right? What is this? Oh, there's so much more. I think I will do this, on another day. This is already so long. Already like 4. But yeah, this was fun, I think, to do. Just do like a survey, talk to you guys, stuff like that. I will go in game. Yeah, I will chill a bit in game. No. See what is happening in game. It's just one survey out of I don't know how many. Crazy. I didn't even think that was a thing. But yeah, I think I will do the other surveys as well on stream. So I have like all of them, on stream. Would be fun. Maybe tomorrow I will do the next one. I don't know actually. I remember there was one survey which was this is not a classic official one, obviously. Yeah, good night, good night. I'm not sleeping yet, but I will soon be offline. But yeah, I think actually wait, can I find it? Oh wait, probably here, I guess. I just did this one. I saw it on like on YouTube. I think Sven made a video about it, and I thought, yeah, this would be some fun thing to talk about on stream or so. It says like Geordie and only black smoke. I think I remember Geordie from somewhere. But yeah, there was also another survey. I made like a video about that, which is quite long ago, where some people got a survey from Blizzard themselves, and that was pretty interesting. You could actually, I think, access that link, or someone made like an image for it. But yeah, that was also pretty similar to this one as well. But that one was like Blizzard endorsed, kind of, because it was basically from Blizzard. Actually, not really endorsed because I think it was more of a private service. And that was around during Classic Anniversary, actually. Like, not TBC. Man, nothing sold. Crazy. So an undercut scan. Oof. Yeah, I'm kind of cooked. No repost. Yeah, I have to farm so much gold as well. But yeah, tomorrow is a raid day, which is going to be fun. Yeah, we have like a lot of time left. We have like basically 3 phases of TBC, and then we have maybe Rev. But it's always kind of fun to just talk about, theorize what they're going to do. But I'm pretty sure 100% we are going to see something related to Classic on BlizzCon. Because they're like really teasing it, you know. Or also, this is not good. Like this. This is something I can just sell like this, I guess. Sell it like this. Korean Power Course. I don't know why these sell so slowly. Fuck. They should like sell way faster. So this. Whatever, let's just keep it like this, I guess. Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's try to put this in, and that's, I think, it. I think that's everything. Yeah. I have to enchant my gloves, man. Wait, how much are haste potions now? Maybe they got cheaper. 13 gold. Nice. Check a couple of prices. I think I'm plat. Yeah, I think I'm plat something. So yeah, not really high. But I don't play a lot. So I'm just, play a couple of matches and then whatever, I don't really play. Because I get like, really tilted. Insane. So maybe I should not play Draven, to be honest. It's terrible. This game took me, I think it's probably more healthy. The thing is, however, this game sometimes has more degenerates than LoL. In League. Like in League, you will just have people who are just griefing you and stuff like that. But here, sometimes it's more crazy. It's like the player base is sometimes a bit insane. Oh yeah. Gate drama's crazy. Man, there was so much drama with guilds. I remember like one time we had when we had in Classic Anniversary, and it was with my other guild. In Zul group, you have these what are they called? The things you need for the enchants. I forgot what they are called. The weird tokens. Zul group. These ones, these idols. Yeah, these Primal Akari idols. And we had like a hunter. And the thing was, which was really crazy, like there were so many people, that got kind of mad, especially about me, for some reason, and that was like really also for no reason at all. So, for example, I was like one of the warriors which had the worst weapons. Like I had Direns for basically all of phase one, all of phase two, almost. No, it was all basically almost all of phase two, and then ZG dropped. I did like ZG, and like the sword dropped, the offhand, and I got that. And there was like a hunter that got kind of mad about that. I remember we had like one hunter who had like 6 of these voodoo, these primal Hakari idols in the bank or so. And you know, that got like, someone found out. There was like some drama, basically mentioning me, yo, I got like all of the swords and stuff like that, like all of the gear. And I'm thinking, what? Yeah, I don't know. Some people are just crazy sometimes in this game. It was insane. Okay, sharpening stone sword. Oh, only one though. Is this 20? These 2 stacks? Oh, only one? Okay, I guess people just buy a single one. But yeah, it is crazy. I don't remember how many. I think you need 1 for the enchant. And we had, you know, rogues and stuff like that who only had like, who didn't have any and they needed them. And we had like a hunter. I think hunters don't even need them as well. Who had like 6 or so, 7, 8, I don't know. Insane. Sky Pro. I think what I will do is I will probably just buy my consumes for tomorrow. Maybe. Wait, how much are Shadow Cloth? Maybe I can get the cloak. Oh, they went more expensive again. 39 gold, so it's 390 gold for like 10. Which I can almost afford, but yeah, whatever. Okay. Why is this guy inviting me? Huh? We had some little drama on the vortex. Selling instead of needing for upgrades. What? Selling? Okay, that is yeah. Look at this guy. I have my fan club here. At 4 a.m. as well. It's so crazy. But that's the thing, I mean, you know, like if you have never vortexes and if you are in a guild, you should always like loot consulate. Always. Because people are kind of stupid sometimes and they don't realize, you know, how stupid they can get. And unlucky. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it's 4 a.m., you know. It's kind of insane. Oh, wait. I think Walt was up. Wait. Really? So what was up? Oh! Kazakh is up. Should I do Kazakh? Wait for him. Yeah. Okay, wait. Guys, trust me, the most insane guy on the server is Noyal, if you don't know. That guy is like really insane, but he's also pretty funny. Does he invite me? Come on. I need an invite, man. Nothing HR whisper, invite HR whisper. Why is he not inviting me, man? Did I write his name wrong? Wait, I want to check. You need to be in one of his raids. Do you know him, Noyal? I don't know. I don't. I think the whole server probably knows him. Bro, that guy is like crazy. He's insane. But he's so funny as well. I did like world bosses so many times with him. You know, he's like someone who's like in these world boss the communities and such. Ah, okay. Man, you need to be. It's insane. Okay, let's go to honor hold. Where's not is he on hold? Please don't tell me he's on hold. Wait, I will check if it's up here. Wait, let's see. He's the only one in the server. He's like he's like basically spamming, you know. We are Venom all the time, and he's like crazy. I remember one time it was in his raid, and there was like another guy, you know, kind of talking some smack, and they did a duel, and you know, Noyal beat him, and the other guy was like kind of salty about it as well. And then they kind of argued about that. It was so funny, you know. That is like really crazy. Wait, you talked about World Wars community? Had some raids and joined. Yeah. I think. Wait, what is your character name in online? On Alliance. I think I saw you probably. Did you play a hunter? Like a dwarf hunter? Am I stupid? I think yeah. I think you did. Yeah, I think I saw you a couple of times. Man, this guy's not inviting. Two warriors. Ah, I remember that name though. I'm pretty sure. Okay, maybe it was not the hunter. Man, I'm kind of bad with names though. Wait, is this the wrong guy? Check. Every time this is like, every time it just pops, you know, I'm mostly kind of trying to sleep, and then I'm thinking about getting online and trying to get this done. Oh, look, he's up actually. I think so. I mean, no, there's so many people as well. I will try to. Oof, looks kind of rough. Look at this world bus. World bus at 4 a.m. Oh, I don't know if I can. Ooh, I need demons. I have no consumes. Fuck. To be honest, I had the worst experience with people in WoW than yeah, same. To be honest, like in League, people will just flame you, stuff like that, or you will have that happening in one or so. But people will still play the game, you know. Here, it's crazy. Sometimes. Oh, I really do. I want to join the Discord for that? I think I'm even unlocked on Discord as well. But that guy is insane. It's crazy. I think he's probably live. I'm pretty sure he's live as well right now. Like I get some notifications sometimes that he's live. Oh, I forgot to bring consumes, man. I should bring demon slaying. Oh wait, I have the wrong head. Use this. Oh, I can use this. No. He's I think he's from a Muslim country. I'm pretty sure, like Arabic or something. It's like a really strong accent. But yeah, he's like in a guild, Venom. But I did so many world bosses with them. It's crazy. Like without, I think this group, you know, without them, it's not possible to get world bosses in on Alliance. I'm pretty sure, unless you are on like Mega Guild. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, he has so much HP. Imagine if I get like a sick item here. I don't know if you can even do him. But there's no horde here, right? I think I will join Discord and see what he says. I don't know how many people you do this with. I did this one time and it didn't work because there were like two really high level like really top horde guilds coming and they basically destroyed everyone. I think one was SEAL Team 6, which is just a real PvP kind of guild. Oh, it's that? What? What? Oh yeah, look, this is a guild, I mean, you know. I think this is the highest rated horde guild on the server. This was also the last time they did. Fuck us. Unlucky. Crazy. That's how it is. That's how they do it all the time. This guild is like really farming these world bosses. It's crazy. In phase 1, it was the same, you know, like Kazakh spawned. We were in kind of a pack, and they like the same guild as well, you know. They destroyed everyone. I knew. I basically thought, okay, that it must be them as well. Yeah, crazy. Horde is like really competitive on the server. I think it's insane. I don't even. I think there's not another alliance group which is like that Horde group on the server, which is killing the world bosses. Yeah, unlucky. Yeah, it's also a speedrunning guild. I think they are kind of on the top of the rankings as well. But yeah, they destroyed us. It's crazy how fast they killed him, you know? Like, you could see the boss, and they killed him in like 10 seconds or so. Crazy. Yeah. It's him. It's him. Oh, there's like only one other guy. Oh. It's yeah, it's that guy. But yeah, he's chill. I mean, I don't like again without him. Like these world bosses are not possible. I think he's like scouting them with like alts and such. I remember he did this. He did this a lot in Classic Anniversary. You know, I have like so many kills, Azurigos stuff as that. Yeah, I think maybe he is. To be honest, could be. I'm not sure. He has like multiple alts. You know, multiple accounts. I remember one time. I think I don't know how many accounts he had at the same time, you know, with 4 accounts or so on different layers, scouting, stuff like that. You know, I did Kazakh in Classic Anniversary all the time because I wanted to get that mace, you know. I never saw it once drop. I don't know how many times I killed Kazakh. Like probably like at least 5 or 6 times or so. Maybe even more. But yeah, didn't drop. Never dropped. Is there anything else I can do now? Probably not. I think I will go back to Stormwind, maybe. Try to be prepared for tomorrow. Maybe like the consumable prices will go down as well. Yeah, I mean then it's even less of a thing that you can do them actually. But yeah, that would be insane. I hope in Classic Plus they do something with world bosses because like this, it's not possible for I would say 90% of people, actually 99% of people to get them even. You know, it's not really a possibility. Like it's 4 a.m. and these guys had like a full raid going, you know, you saw that. And they killed the boss in 10 seconds. And if you have guilds like that, it's not possible. Like it's not at all possible. I think an A is probably worse like this compared to this. And this is not even classic 2019, you know? Like if this would be classic 2019 or so, I would have even understood this way more. Later phases, however, this boss is not relevant anymore. It's only really phase 1, phase 2, and after that it's whatever. I think you can make some gold though, killing them. Because the loot in later phases I think becomes BOE. So you can just sell it on the auction house, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. Yeah, 100%. It's insane how much good loot exists. We have yeah, Hope Ender's really good. Ring of Reciprocity. This is really insane. And shoulders as well. Like 3 items this boss has. Which are good. It's so annoying though. These shoulders are amazing. I haven't seen anyone with this weapon yet. I don't think I've seen anyone with world boss loot. Like I don't know who even has it. Probably it's perma-camped by Horde guilds, so it's probably not possible to get even. So yeah. Maybe on Horde it looks a bit different. But there's some insane good. Oh yeah, these legs are also really good. These are better than Skulkers, I think, as well. 16 hit, 3 sockets, 76 attack power. I think these are better than Skulkers. 24 strength. Yeah. Like 4 items. Also, Hope Ender looks also so cool. It's basically the same model as Spite Blade. But really rare. Like no one has this weapon ever. 2.6 weapon, same kind of damage as Spite Blade. I think this is better than Spite Blade. I'm pretty sure it is. Did you do them on TBC? Or was it in vanilla? Was it in classic? Oh, look at this guy. Where's the mount? Some PvP here. Ah, classic. Yeah, same in classic. In classic it was easier, I think. Sometimes obviously we also got sniped, you know? This guy. This is the same thing. Every time I stream, I get this. What? This screenshot, you have to be insane, man. Oh wait, he's here. I think no, it's wait, I can wear my hat. Wait, what do we have here? Dragon Strike, Skulkers. Man, he has better gear than me. Man, everyone I meet has better gear than me, man. It's insane. They have crazy gear. All of them are gamers. No, I don't have VST. I don't have VST. I wish I had, you know, but I don't. Oh, thanks for the follow. Hey, what add-on is it that shows you CDs coming up in the middle of? That's Doom cooldown pulse. So it's like this. Doom cool. Man, this chat is kind of annoying to type in. No, it's an add-on. Sorry, I should have just said that. Yeah, it's an add-on you can install on CurseForge. Wim and Raid lead. GG. I'm sorry. Thanks. Ah, no problem. Okay, I have to go. This is crazy. Screenshot is crazy. I don't even know how to do this. Like, or what to say about that. Insane. It's crazy. I don't even have. I only have like 2K subs, but you know, uh, every time I'm kind of online, people like whisper me sometimes. It's crazy. It's so insane. I don't know. Maybe it's like the server EU. The screenshot is insane. But yeah, that's that. I mean, it's kind of cute to be honest. Cool. I shouldn't complain. Like these are my viewers. This is nice. I don't know if I should. Oh wait, I need to go to Stormont again. Fuck, I hate gold farming. Yeah, but I know I will not gold farm anymore. Today is enough. I will just do more tomorrow. Okay, I think that's kind of it though. Do one day. Yeah, maybe, why not? I don't mind. I mean, I have the perfect gear for that as well. Ah, I don't have the command. Guys, my stream is completely scuffed. I have nothing set up. Like, the only thing I've set up is kind of just chat and stuff like that, Like, that's kind of it, to be honest. And some notification for following, that's it. But yeah. Okay, yeah, I think I will just end it here probably. So it was fun, especially doing the survey. Was like I think more fun than to do like anything in game. But yeah, I think tomorrow I will probably also stream. I have to do the raid tomorrow as well. I'm not sure if I will stream it though. So, have to see. Like in like doing a raid is always kind of difficult to do that. But yeah, we'll see. And yeah, that's kind of it for today. Was fun though. We'll see you. Yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow maybe. So yeah, have a great one. Oh, this rogue looks interesting. Full PvP gear. I mean, the PvP set for rogues looks kinda nice, so. Especially the green Grand Marshal swords. Yeah, good night, guys. Was fun. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow as well. We'll see. Bye bye.